Mr. Shubhodip Chaudhary, convener of e-conference.
Good morning, all. I am Shubhodip Chaudhary, and I like to thank all of our dignitaries for our who comes to in our international e-conference organized by TSMS College with collaboration of Kaji Nazrul University. I thank to our chairperson, Professor Dr. Shantanu Kumar Ghosh, Dean Faculty of Commerce and Management, Kaji Nazrul University, Asansol, for his thoughtful and precise inauguration for our international conference. And I also thankful to our Secretary Madam, Ms. Yuli Mukherjee, DSMS College Durgapur, as well as our as well as for the great inaugural address by Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi, Coordinator, Department of Business Administration, Kaji Nazrul University. I also thankful to Dr. Chandan Chatterjee, Conference Secretary, for his speech, and also thankful to Dr. Mosumi Chatterjee, who addressed the conference session so precisely, and the conference we will start the conference from 11:30. Our first plenary session will start, and then we will go for our paper presentation, and that is the technical session 1, and then we will go for our technical session 2 and concurrent session 2. So stay tuned with us, and please prepare for your presentations, whoever who wants to give their presentations. Next, I will go to our plenary session from 11:30. And I am asking Dr. Mosumi Chatterjee, Madam, to please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shubhodip Chaudhary, for all the encouragement and vote of thanks. Now, from 11:30, we will be starting the plenary session. Let me just announce the chairperson for the plenary session is Dr. Pradipta Banerjee, Dean Faculty of Commerce and Management, Sidhu Kano Visha University, Purulia, and the keynote address will be given by Dr. Bhola Khan, Professor and Head, Department of Economics, Yobe State University, Nigeria. And we have two important invited guest speakers, Dr. Meenu Maheshwari, Associate Professor and Head, Faculty of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, Rajasthan, and Dr. Dhaval Mehta, Professor, Department of Business and Industrial Management, Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University, Surat, Gujarat. So I'm requesting everyone to join us for the plenary session at 11:30 sharp. Thank you for all your time, your valuable time, motivation, and encouragement. Thank you so much.
Professor Banerjee, good morning. Pradipta sir, can you hear me? Pradipta sir?
আমাদের সেটা 147.8 থেকে আবার 40 করে চলে আসছে কেন ওরা বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছে আমাদের কোনো না না আমাদের কিছু আচ্ছা
আপনি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? Can you hear me? Pradipta sir? Professor Pradipta Banerjee?
Yes, Dr. Joshi. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. But I cannot unmute myself. Now, can you hear me, Dr. Joshi?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Joshi. Then I could not hear you properly. So, would you please repeat what I have to do or what you have said? Hello? Hello? Hello?
sir you
Doctor-
can start your session sir
Okay,
Sorry,
okay,
sir.
okay, okay, Dr. Joshi. Okay, Dr. Joshi. Yes. Very good morning to all of you in this international conference on emerging issues in management, which has been jointly organized by DSMS Durgapur and Department of Business Administration of Kazi Nazrul University. At the very outset, I would like to put on record my hearty note of appreciation to the organizers, both from Kazi Nazrul University as well as from DSMS, for taking these very praiseworthy initiatives. And I would like to convey my very sincere thanks and gratefulness to all the members in the organizing committee, starting from the conference secretary, Dr. Mousmi Chatterjee, to another conference secretary, Dr. Chandan Chatterjee of DSMS School, Honorable Dean of Faculty Council of Commerce and Management of Kazi Nazrul University, Professor Shantanu Kumar Ghosh, the coordinator of this mega event, and Honorable Coordinator of the Department of Business Administration of Kazi Nazrul University, Dr. Lalit Joshi, who is like my younger brother, and all other members associated with this event. What I can see in the program schedule that Mr. Subhodip Chaudhary from Department of Hospital Administration of DSMS College and all other esteemed dignitaries, not only in this session. I shall surely take the names of the dignitaries who are present here in this particular plenary session. But apart from that, other dignitaries are there who will address this occasion in other technical sessions, in other sessions. And in this session, I am personally very much honored, very much happy to have with us the three very esteemed academicians from our country as well as from abroad. From abroad, we are having with us Professor Dr. Bhola Khan from Department of Economics of Tube State University, Nigeria. I think I am audible to you, Dr. Joshi. Yes. And another esteemed academician that we are having in this session, Dr. Minu Maheshwari Madam from Department of Business and Commerce and Management of University of Kota, Rajasthan, and Professor Dabal Mehta from Department of Business and Industrial Management of Bir Narmad, South Gujarat University, Gujarat. So all these esteemed academicians are very much renowned, very much acclaimed in their chosen domain. And as a part of the conference and the organizing team of the conference. I, on behalf of them as well as from my personal behalf, would like to convey my very hearty note of gratefulness to all of them who were very kind enough to accept their invitation. You can say very instantly, only because of their love and affection towards academics, nothing else. So it's my duty to convey my very sincere thanks to them. And I do believe that the academic discourse that we will have in this plenary session, involving three distinguished academicians from different prestigious institutions of our country, will surely enrich us in understanding and developing our more better insight into the different aspects, different emerging issues in the field of management studies. And I also like to convey my very sincere thanks to all the paper presenters, all the participants, all the students of both the institution, that is DSMS and also from Kazi Nazrul University, for showing that interest in this academic event, because we know in any academic event, the paper presenters plays a very crucial role, very pivotal role, because without their active interest, active involvement, active contribution, no academic endeavor of this kind cannot be a successful one. Now, being a person, I should not say anything else other than that I am not the speaker in this plenary session, because three esteemed speakers are there. So I think it will be very wise if we go for hearing from those esteemed academicians, because three esteemed speakers are there, and as the theme of this conference is very broad, so we are very much sure that we'll be able to hear from three different speakers, different dimensions relating to the management studies, different emerging issues, because so many emerging issues are there, and we know management is a dynamic subject which is ever changing. It is changing every day. So, without wasting time anymore, I'd like to invite, rather, I'd like to take this very honored opportunity to invite Professor Dr. Bhola Khan from Yup State University, Nigeria, for his very valued and very enriching deliberation. And I would now like to request also to the organizing team, if they wish to do anything before inviting him, like introducing him or like this, you may go for that. And thereafter, surely we shall be fortunate to hear from Professor Bhola Khan.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. The conference secretary, Dr. Moushumi Chatterjee, will going to brief each one of you and invite each one of you to this session. And on my behalf, thank you for joining us in this plenary session. I request Dr. Chatterjee, Dr. Moushumi Chatterjee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Dr. Chatterjee and Dr. Joshi,
Yeah.
I am seeking my very sincere apology to all of you, not only to you and Dr. Moushumi Chatterjee, but also to the esteemed speakers who are very known and close of mine, and also to all the persons present here over virtual mode, that please allow me to lead this meeting for half an hour or maximum 1 hour, and thereafter I shall surely join. And in the meantime, I am requesting Dr. Joshi, Honorable Coordinator of the Department of Business Administration of Kazi Nazrul University, to perform the duty on my behalf. And if you allow me, then actually I have to leave because I am having some other very important assignment what I could not, instead of trying a lot of for that, I could not escape from that particular assignment. So I think you'll be kind enough to allow me to lead from this session for half an hour or maximum 1 hour, and thereafter I shall surely join here.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee. Thank you, Professor Banerjee. I will gladly accept the your invitation to be the part of this plenary session as a chairperson, and we wish you to be there at the in the latter part of this. I understand the
Sure.
urgency arise at your university. The similar situation is there at my university also. So I understand the urgency what
Right.
you are having right now. Fine, sir. You may leave, but again, we're expecting you to be the part of this entire journey of today's and also this particular session before it ends.
Sure.
I request Professor Dr. Moushumi Chatterjee to kindly
And
go ahead.
Dr. Joshi, I am also seeking apology personally to all the speakers also, Professor Khan, Professor Maheshwari, and Professor Mehta. And I do believe that they will also understand me, rather they do not misunderstand me. So with this, please, Dr. Joshi, and Professor Dr.
Okay.
Chatterjee, please.
Madam Moushumi Chatterjee,
Yes,
please go
sir.
ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Pradipta Banerjee, for all the valuable thoughts. And whatever time you have given to us, it means a lot, and it will surely help us in the next, on the path of this e-conference. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. First, I will just give a brief description about all our speakers, esteemed speakers. First of all, Professor Dr. Bhola Khan, Professor and Head, Department of Economics, Yobe State University, Nigeria. Sir is experienced Associate Professor of Economics with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry, skilled in e-learning, analytical skills, data analysis, program evaluation, and lecturing. Sir got a strong education professional with a doctorate of philosophy focused in development, economics, and econometric from Jamia Millia Islamia, a central university from New Delhi, India. Sir, we are privileged to have you with us today. Next, I will be giving a brief description regarding Dr. Meenu Maheshwari, ma'am, who is working as Associate Professor and Head Faculty of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, Rajasthan. Ma'am has been awarded with the major research project by Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education under Ministry of Higher Education, Government of India. She has also completed a UGC major research project entitled Corporate Governance Standard and Disclosure Practices. Presently, Dr. Maheshwari is a national executive member of Indian Accounting Association and General Secretary of Indian Accounting Association Kota branch, along which she is associated with many research projects, and many researchers are doing their research job under Madam's guidance. We are privileged to have Ma'am in this plenary session. Next, I would like to say a few words about Dr. Dhaval Mehta, who is the Professor of Department of Business and Industrial Management, Veer Narmad South Gujarat University, Surat, Gujarat. Dr. Dhaval Mehta is a doctorate in management and currently working as professor and Department of Business and Industrial Management. Sir has 20 years and more experience as postgraduate teaching, and he has more than 40 research papers in national and international conferences. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for your valuable time and accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time to enlighten all the participants, students, research scholars, and all the faculties from different universities in India as well as abroad. Now, I will request Dr. Bhola Khan to kindly give the keynote address. Dr. Bhola Khan, sir, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chatterjee. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to organizer, to the chairman of this session, Professor Banerjee, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Dhaval Mehta, and my dear participants. I would like to since the conference theme is e-conference on emerging issues in management, and I'm going to speak on my topic is little different from the theme, but since it is a broad theme, it comes under that. It is also part of some trading and other issues. So let me first share my screen. Yes. Let me share the screen first. It is coming. Can you see my screen? Anybody? Hello? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is my topic on which I wish to speak over it. The revenue shocks and economic growth and ECM analysis of Nigerian economy. Means under this, I try to see how revenue shocks having impact, how revenue shocks is going to impact it to the Nigerian economy, and the data, the methods which I use, that method is error correction model. So under the error correction model, we need to know that the auto adjustment mechanism within the system, if the economy is going to be away from this equilibrium. So as we know that the physical capacity as changing continuously for the period of time, or you can say changing in physical capacity continuously over a period of time, are called economic growth, and primarily that economic growth depends on how natural resources are rich and how one can utilize that natural resources. And because the use of natural resources and it's because of the country natural resources and its judicious utilization determine the economic growth of a country. Without it, a country cannot be uh, able to uh, take a pace of economic growth. As economic growth of a country increase, it shows a weighted shares of the type of goods and services exported by the country. If the services sector shares high in composition of gross domestic product, then one can understand that the particular country is moved from the primary and secondary sector to the tertiary sector, and it is good for a growing economy. However, some countries are highly diversified in terms of revenue generation, while some countries are highly depends on only one source of revenue. And Nigeria is one of the country whose highly depends on oil exports and revenue from its. As per the National Bureau of Standard, National Bureau of Statistics 2021 and Central Bank of Nigeria 2021, the agriculture sector contributed to the GDP at the rate of 23.36%, while 31.4% from industry, and the contribution of tertiary sector was 43.79%. However, the contribution of oil and gas sector was about 80% of Nigeria's total revenue. So one can imagine and one can assume that how much that oil revenue, oil and gas sector revenue is contributing to the economic growth and Nigeria's revenue receipt. Nigeria, as we know that Nigeria is one of oil producing company, and it is one of the member of OPEC country, and it is mineral rich country in Africa, and the revenue from it playing an important role in economic development. Currently, Nigeria is a part of, as I said, oil producing exporting countries, and in 2022, its shares of oil production in all OPEC members country was 37.05 billion barrel. 3.5% OPEC annual statistics, 3% annual open OPEC annual statistics bulletin 2022, and Nigeria's crude oil revenue in the first 6 months of 2022 was 11 trillion naira as per the NBS National Bureau statistics, and non-oil sectors contribute 2 billion naira. Uh, you can see the contribution of oil revenue and the non-oil revenue is very big difference. Therefore, it is evident that the oil revenue contribute immensely to the Nigerian economy, and mainly oil revenue used to finance developmental and non-developmental expenditure, and further it is also encouraging the alternative production areas and its positive contribution to economic growth of the country. However, it's often seen that the mineral rich country does not pay the attention to diversify their means of resources, and they depends on and encourage only one source of revenue, which is oil production and revenue from it. And Nigeria is one of the country whose highly depends on the revenue from the oil production and its exports. For this purpose, the study is not limited only to establish the relationship between GDP and oil revenue, while it include other variables such as non-oil revenue, inflation rate, exchange rate, and inflow of remittances, and its effect on gross domestic product of the economy. The data sets on GDP, oil, non-oil revenue, inflation rate, exchange rate, and inflow of remittances have been sourced from the various issues of Central Bank of Nigeria bulletins, National Bureau of Statistics, World Development Indicators, OPEC Annual Statistics Bulletin, and Nigerian Exports Promotion Council. The year wise from 1985 to 2021, they studied the data sets. So there are some gaps in literature. I do not bring it all the literature review here, but there are some gaps which I extracted from the literature survey and I put it here. Based on the literature review, one can conclude that the most of the studies which has been considered under this study have used latest secondary data up to 2019, and this study is covering the data from 1985 to 2020. That is the latest one available for now. So that one is the time gap the study would like to fill that time gap. And for the analysis of data, almost the studies have used OLS regression, gradual casualty test, error correction model, and descriptive statistics. Although the present study is also use secondary data from 1985 to 2022, and include 3 additional years, and that is the latest analysis for the robust result. The present study employed descriptive statistics, ARDL OLS estimators, bound test for long run relationship, and ECM for the short run over the gross domestic product, and oil revenue, non-oil revenue, and others variable. And this is the gap in literature which the study tried to fill. There are some objectives have been given here. Based on the gaps in literature, one can frame the objectives which are given here. to study the impact of oil and non-oil revenue over the economic growth of Nigeria, to examine the relationship between the economic growth of Nigeria and inflation rate, exchange rate, and remittances, to highlight the direction of causality between gross domestic product of Nigeria and oil, non-oil revenue, inflation rate, exchange rate, and remittances. These are the three specific objectives. The hypothesis based on objectives that oil and non-oil revenue does not have any impact over the gross domestic product of Nigeria. Inflation rate, exchange rate, remittances have no any significant impact over the gross domestic product. And the third hypothesis has been given here that there is no short-run and long-run relationship between the gross domestic product of Nigeria and oil, non-oil revenue, and other variables. So these are the hypotheses have been taken into consideration into the study. So the methodology, as I as I mentioned, that has been used the ARDL autoregressive distributed lag model with unrestricted ECM, and then determine optimal log structure with the log line criteria.
Professor Khan,
Yes, yes,
I think your slide is not moving. It's yeah, it's fine.
it's fine now. It's fine now.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. So, as I was talking about, the study use ARDL model with unrestricted error correction model, and then determine optimum lag structure with lag length criteria. Then after one can employ the descriptive statistics at descriptive statistic augmented decay Fuller test for stationary and Bruce Godfrey uh, uh, serial LM test for autocorrelation, and Bruce Pigeon Godfrey test for the heteroscedasticity, and the final for stability. For the data, to check the stability in the data, we run the cumulative sum of square test, and then to check the normality into the distribution of data, we did it the normality test for the residuals, whether it is normally distributed or not. So all the things are not captured into this PPT, but I will try to focus on it. These are the model specification that real gross domestic product is the functions of oil, non-oil revenue, inflation, exchange rate, remittances. The variables has been given here, which I have already mentioned. The econometrics model is a transformation of the model specification, that is the RGDP at the RGDP, and the intercept, beta 1, beta 2, beta 3, beta 4, beta 5. These are the 5 variables parameters, and the error terms are given here. So based on this, one can transform that equation number 2 into the equation number 3, and these are the delta shows the difference operator, difference operator, and n is the Lang length, and ECM is speed of adjustment, is serially uncorrelated terms, and that is the log is the natural log. Other variables remain as previously defined. So here there is a result are given here of the OLS results, and one can see that the intercept is a constant, and so intercept is a significant statistically at the 1%, and showing that 18,600 to percent if there is no any changes in the other independent variables, then the dependent variable change in dependent variable is happening at the rate of 18,600 2%, while one can see the oil coefficient is having statistically significant, but the change in oil revenue and its impact on the economic growth is the coefficient is not very decisive. While non-oil revenue is insignificant, having negative relation with the economic growth, exchange rate playing an important role. It is significant and having almost 720% effect over the economic growth. It depends on the exchange rate is going and down. It depends on the it is having more impact over the economic growth, while inflation having also the significant impact. However, it is statistically significant, while remittances are having also significant impact over the economic growth, while it is statistically insignificant. The value of coefficient of determination is 92%, and the F statistics probability is given here is 0.00. It is significant at 1% level, which indicates that the model is highly specified. All things I have already explained here. So after the checking the linear relationship among the variables, these are the results have already supported by the others findings, which others authors did it in this area. So after the checking of a linear relationship among the variables, now we are in a position to check the long run relationship among the variables, and therefore we run the bound test, that is wall test also, and the result has been given here. So the bound test is we check the F statistics, and the F statistics is the value of F statistics is 0.731654, and on the basis of this F statistics, one can see here, since we employed unrestricted intercept and no trend with 6 explanatory variables, here there is 6 explanatory variables like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to check the long run relationship. This results, this C6, C7, C8, C9, C10, C11 has been directly taken from the autoregressive distributed lag model result, which is not placed into this PPT. So if anyone want to know more, then I can forward this PPT to them, and I will include that ARDL output into that to check whether the results are corrected or not. So on the basis of that ARDL results, one can see the long run relationship to run the wall test, and this is the result of wall test. And since it is 6, so at the 6, the table value is lower bound table value is 2.45%, and we check the significant level at 5%, and upper bound is 3.61% at 5% significance level, and the calculated value of F statistics is having 0.73. See here, 0.73, calculated value of F statistics is 0.73. So and it is below than the lower bound, that is 2.45. Therefore we cannot reject the null hypothesis of no long relationship between the GDP and other independent variable. It means there is a long run relationship among the variables, and since the table 2 result revealed that there is long run relationship among the variables, therefore we have to check the short run relationship among the variables, and for that we performed the error correction model, and that error correction model result has been reported into this. And one can see the last result. See, ECT, that is this last result, last value. Can you see this last value? Anyone? Last value.
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
This last value is the error correction model result, and it is C negative, and it is significant at 1% level. It can, and the coefficient of determination you can see that is the 70%. So one can conclude this on the basis of this result that the first difference with lagged value and the coefficient of it shown short run effects and explanatory variables over the explained variables. The estimated in table 3 is not table 8, is table 3 is the coefficient of determination are very high, that is 72%, 70% almost, and the adjusted R square is 54%. Therefore, one can argue that the data set is well fitted into the model. Moreover, all explanatory variables are jointly explaining the variation over the dependent variable. The coefficient of independent variables indicates that all variables are not statistically significant at conventional level of significance at 1%, 5%. Only GDP itself and oil revenue having statistically significant at 5% level respectively. The value of error correction terms, that is minus 0.198040, meaning that here this value always comes into the negative means if there is any, in the short run, if there is any disequilibrium in the model, that model itself uh, correct that disequilibrium at the rate of 19%, and it is significant at 1% level. So one can see here the value of error correction terms as I shown there in the table number 3, minus 0.19, and it is statistically significant at 1% level. The negativity of ECT signals that the system is stable enough and is capable of converging to the short-run equilibrium after some shocks disturbances in the system, meaning that if it is disequilibrium arises in the model, then it will help to restore the equilibrium at the rate of 19.80%. There is a conclusion has been made here. On the basis of the above estimates, one can conclude. And before going that conclusion, I would like to mention here, we run the heteroscedasticity autocorrelation, and we found out, and even augmented decay Fuller test to check the stationarity into the data, and we found out that the most of the our data sets are stationary at the first difference, and only one is stationary at label, which is the prior condition to run the ARDL model. And the heteroscedasticity test, we run that, as I said, the Bruce Godfrey Pigeon test. That is observed value of the R square. It was more than 5%, which indicates that there is no heteroscedasticity in the model. After that, we check the Bruce Pigeon test, Bruce Godfrey test for serial correlation, that is autocorrelation, and the result indicates that the observed value of R square is more than 5%. That is also indicates that there is no autocorrelation among the variables. After that, we run the cumulative sum of square test, and we found out that the data sets are significant at 5% level. And then finally we run the normality test for the residuals, and we find out that the Jarka-Bera probability value of Jarka-Bera statistics is significant at 1% level, which concludes that the residuals are normally distributed. So that all results are not not captured into this um, PPT. So all the pre-diagnostic test we did it, and based on that, the main three results like ARDL, OLS ARDL, ECM, OLS ARDL, wall test, and ECM, one can conclude that there is a long run relationship among the variables, there is a short run relationship among the variables, and the oil having significant impact over the economic growth, oil revenue having significant impact of the economic growth. So on the basis of that, all the findings, we can say that our all three hypotheses has been satisfied, and our objectives has been fulfilled with the study. So based on the estimates, one can conclude that the data sets are liberated from serial correlation. As I said, heteroscedasticity, residuals are distributed normally, and model adapted for the estimation is stable. We also use ordinary least square estimators, and one can see from the table number 2, oil revenue and exchange rate are having statistically significant at 1% level, and both are having significant impact over the economic growth. Although non-oil revenue, inflation and remittances are having statistically insignificant, however, they have grave impact over the economic growth, and non-oil revenue having a negative impact over the economic growth, but it is statistically insignificant. Therefore, based on the above findings of the study, it is advised to the government to use revenue from the oil judiciously, so that its impact will be more realistic over the economy and economic growth. Moreover, at the same time, for more revenue, there is an urgent need to look another sector of the economy, It is also advised to the government that there is a need to check and balance over the exchange rate of the naira with the US dollar, and it will be more easy when the government start diversifying the economy and does not depends on only the revenue from oil exports. Furthermore, to check the long run and short run association among the variables, the study employed ARDL and ECM techniques for the long run and short run association among the variables. And it is evident from the table number 2 and 3 respectively, that is, there is a long run relationship among the variables after use of bound test. It is validated with the bound test result. And for short run, the ACM says that there is a short run relationship among the variables, and if there is any disturbances, that disturbances has been corrected at the rate of 19.80% in this within the system. Therefore, the estimates are advised that the government must have to focus on both short-run and long-run process, and in this process, the priority has been given to the nature of variables, meaning that the some variables are capable enough to show their impact over the economy in the short-run period, and some of them having impact over the economy in the long-run period. Finally, the study's finding advised to the government that the time has come to focus on all the sectors of the economy to maximize the country's revenue generation instead of only on oil sector, so that during the downturn into the crude oil prices, the revenue generation will not be affected, and therefore it would not affect the economic activities and development activities in the country. So this is my all over the presentation, and this is a very brief presentation, though it is very big uh, results and other things, but I confined within the 20 slides as per the instructions of the organizers. So I did my presentation, and now I'm open for question answer session. If you have any questions, please let me know. I will be happy to answer the questions. If there is any doubt, I will be happy to answer.
Professor Khan,
Yes.
thank you for such a nice presentation and lucid presentation, having a lot of statistical and econometrics applications on the econometric specification of the model which you have stated. I have found out that all the variables stated by you in your model specification um, had a robust significance. Some of those, however, has an insignificant result so far as the variables you have chosen. But yes, even if those were insignificant, but the result was found to be having a robust. Your test of heterosidicity and BAL test on normality and all other tests which you have conducted to find out the robustness of your applications and model specification was undoubtedly has chosen correctly, and the data specification which you have measured, rather you have chosen for your study, was found to be very much robust. I thank you for such a very lucid presentation and chosen a topic which has a not only significant in the Nigerian economics, but rather all the oil exporting and oil generating economy has to look into this aspect, because this is one of the important sources of revenue. Last but not the least, in your conclusion, in concluding remark of yours, which you have nicely stated that the economy as a whole should look into those aspects as well, which has got insignificant application or result in your output. But again, that has a significant impact on the revenue generation capacity of the economy as concerned. So last but not the least, which you have stated that the government as a whole should look into the different aspect, not on the sum of the aspect or some of the econometric variables, which you have chosen for your study. Look into those aspects as well, which has an important bearing and have an important significance on the performance of the economy as a whole, so far as the financial performance of the economy is concerned. I would like to thank you on behalf of the organizing committee and both the university and the college organizing this conference for accepting our invitation and to be the part of this conference. It's really, it was a wonderful experience having you twice. Once I had you in my own conference at my university,
Yes,
and again
yes,
at this college.
I remember.
Yeah, at both the time it was having a wonderful experience, because I know you being a great economist, always presenting something different thing and in a very lucid manner. Your presentations, your way of expressions, your presentation in the form of model specification and then choosing of different variables and again then various econometric applications were really very outstanding. I would like you to request to kindly share your PPT so that it can again be transferred to the participants who are willing to go ahead with the further discourse of this.
I will. I have the email of Dr. Chatterjee. Even I have your email. I will share with this PPT, and at the same time, I extend my sincere thanks to you and to the organizers, to Professor Pradipta Banerjee and others dignitary who is present here, who is associated directly, indirectly with this conference, and the participant. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak
Thank
on
you.
this very important occasion. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shall I
Yeah,
go up
yeah,
now?
yeah. Thank you,
Oh,
Professor Khan, for being
thank you,
with
thank you,
us in
thank you,
this
thank you,
journey.
thank you,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chatterjee, you can proceed with the next speaker. I think the next speaker is Dr. Meenu Maheshwari. She is an associate professor and head faculty of commerce and management, University of Kota, Rajasthan. Madam, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, madam, please ask Professor Maheshwari to be the
Yes,
next speaker.
sure, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Bhola Khan for excellent presentation and informative presentation on revenue stock and economic growth and ECM analysis of Nigerian economy. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Meenu Maheshwari, Associate Professor and Head Faculty of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, Rajasthan, and ma'am will be speaking on the topic CG and business environment. Dr. Meenu Maheshwari, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me? Dr. Meenu Maheshwari.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you for your valuable time, ma'am. And as I said earlier, ma'am is from University of Kota, Rajasthan, and she will be talking on the topic, speaking on the topic CG and business environment. Ma'am, please go ahead. Please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Respected chairman of this session, Professor Pradeep Banerjee, sir, keynote speaker of this session, invited speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the organizers of this international e-conference of DSMS Business School for organizing this conference on a very relevant topic, very important topic. I wish them for a great success for this conference. I would like to thanks Professor Pradeep Banerjee, sir, organizing secretary Dr. Mosmi Chatterjee for inviting me. For today's conference, my topic is corporate governance and business environment. I am just sharing my presentation. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. My today's topic is business environment and corporate governance. What is business environment? We all know this term. The term business environment represents the sum of all the individuals, institutions, competing organization, government, courts, media, investors, and other factors outside the power of the business organization but affects the business performance. The business environment includes both general and specific forces. In general forces, we include social, political, legal, and technological conditions. The general forces these are, and for specific forces include investors, customers, competitors, and suppliers. These factors affect individual enterprises directly and immediately in their day-to-day working. I have chosen this topic because I have completed a major research project provided me by UGC. So this is my important topic. These are the dimension of business environment. We all know economic environment, technological environment, social environment, legal environment, and political environment. Social environment implies tradition, culture, custom, and values of the society. Economic environment includes market conditions, consumer needs, interest rate, etc., etc. Legal environment includes the laws, rules, regulation, and acts passed by the government, which have to operate by every and each company. Political environment consists of forces like the government attitudes toward the business. And technological environment comprises the knowledge of the latest technology advancement, scientific new results, etc. But nowadays, there are many challenges before any business environment. For business, it is quite necessary to maintain the balance between economics and ethics. However, lack of balance between the decision and behavior and increasing effect of the unethical conduct have posed serious challenges before the business. In response to it, we may say that the business should be so managed and operated that it may not lag behind in moral standard, and the scope of profits may also not be substantial. That is when corporate governance takes the front seat, because in these situations, we need corporate governance. What is the relation between corporate governance and business environment? Governance involves designing procedures for how a company performs its operation and its policies in accordance with the interest of each of its stakeholders as prescribed in its rules and practices. Governance is what governs corporations. It refers to how corporations conduct themselves. Values, norms, and ethics in business are described under CG. In other way, the board of directors is accountable for seeking out corporate objectives and complies with government regulation and rules. Corporate governance concept and background. The word comes from where? What is the governance? In our ancient India, we use this word governance. In Bhagavad Gita and Indian scriptures say infinite truth has infinite aspects. The term governance has been point of keen interest and discussion since the human being organized themselves as a society. It was believed that every man will work in right direction, but in reality, the greed to have more and more defeated the idealistic approach. It is evident from Indian ancient literature and scriptures like Vedas, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Vidur Niti, Shukra Niti, Kautilya Arshas, etc., which focus on governance. Indian society has true corporate governance from the period of Lord Rama and Krishna, which deeply inspires everyone to be transparent and accountable, which is also the foundation of the corporate governance. Though the benefit of good governance have been understood many years earlier, but the vital need for corporate governance was first realized during the early years of last century, when Japan was in the grip of recession and US Watergate scandal hit the fan in governance. A series of scams surfaced all over the world. The famous corporate houses Maxwell, BCCI, Enron, WorldCom, Anderson were collapsed due to major lacunas in corporate governance system. In India, it drew attention with the big bull Harshad Mehta security scam that was uncovered in April 1992. Now the issue of corporate governance came to the forefront in India, where it is needed to make regulatory framework for corporate governance. What is corporate governance? What is its meaning? We all know In simplest terms, we can say corporate governance is a formal system of accountability of senior management to corporate stakeholders. Corporate governance is a system by which business corporations are directed and controlled in such a manner that it may lay the foundation for future progress of business. It aims at attaining accountability, transparency, independence, and fairness in the business. Sometimes we confused with governance and management. Both seems like words, but there are minor difference. There are minute difference in governance and management. Some situation, both processes get overlapping, but the fundamental distinction are the board has to govern the company, whereas managers have to run the company. The board member have equal rights and responsibility, but they are responsible jointly and individually. But managers work according to the delegation of authority and responsibility according to hierarchy. Management operates in closed system, whereas governance assumes an open system. These are basic difference between governance and management. Now we come to point what is corporate governance system in India. In India, whether it is modern or ancient, the corporate governance principle have been put on central point of management thoughts. Various system of corporate governance according to different points of time have been applied. For example, from 1850 to 1955, the managing agency system. From 1956 to 1991, the promoter system of corporate governance. From 1992 and onwards, the Anglo-American system of corporate governance we are running is in this system. There are various theories of corporate governance: stewardship theories, agency theory, stakeholders theory, and sociological theory. What is stewardship theory? The basic assumption of this theory that every man is essentially trustworthy, works in the interest of others, able to act with honesty and integrity, and has significant values to his own personal reputation. Gandhiji's trusteeship theory is based on stewardship theory. In this theory, managers play a role as stewards. Owners and managers relationship is based on trust and belief. Governance system in organization is sociological and psychological. Managers' behavior is pro-organization and trustworthy in this stewardship theory. So the main objective of the company is to improve performance. Next is agency theory. In this agency theory, manager works as agent. Managers inspired by their own benefits. Interest of owners and managers are not same. Managers' behavior is opportunistic and self-interest. There is little attachment to the company. This is agency theory. Next is stakeholders theory. This theory has a very lengthy history in the field of corporate governance. According to this theory, company is a blend mix of all stakeholders, not only shareholders. This theory recognizes the stakeholder concept. The stakeholder theory is often criticized because major problem is defining the concept who really are the stakeholders of the company. Sociological theory. The sociological theory focuses attention to promote equity and fairness in the society. The corporate governance under this approach is based where distribution of powers and wealth is in equitable manner in the society. Now we come to the point, what are the factors which affects corporate governance? Two types of factors affect the corporate governance. First is internal factors and other is external factors. These are the main internal factors: integrity of the management, ability of the board, advocacy of the process, quality of corporate reporting practices, participation of stakeholders. SEBI has actually summarized these factors. These are the external factors: legal environment prevailing in the country, economical environment, institutional setup, competitive changes, technology, social cultural background, regional cooperation and integration, the civil society organization, government constraint, and state capacity challenges. Now we come to point, objective of corporate governance. What is the need of corporate governance? Why we apply corporate governance? Corporate governance has various objectives, but the key objectives of the CG are to see and improve transparency, disclosure practices, to improve high standard integrity and responsibility, to ensure accountability for any act of omission and commission, to facilitate corporate leadership of highest standard, to create risk management system, to enhance shareholders' value, to ensure fairness and ethical standard, to define responsibility of the board of directors, to achieve corporate goals by making investment, to protect the interest of shareholders as well as other stakeholders. These are the various code of governance, corporate governance over the world. At world level, various committees and reports have been framed. For example, Cadbury Committee report in 1992, the Greenbury Committee to enhance our corporate governance system in the worldwide. The Hempel Committee, the OECD principles, the Hicks report, Sarbanes-Oxley Act, the King report, the Turnbull report, the Smith report, the King report third, the King report fourth. Various committees has been set up to enhance the quality of corporate governance system. These are some committees or codes in our country, India, which have been laid down the various codes or practices in CG system. CII, Confederation of Indian Industries, in 1995, very basic committee for our Indian CG system. Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee in 1999, Naresh Chandra Committee in 2002, Narayan Murthy Committee in 2003, J.J. Irani Committee in 4, Naresh Chandra Committee, again committee in 09, and now latest is Uday Kotak Committee for CG in 2018. These are various models for corporate governance system. Corporate governance is related to the internal means by which corporations are operated and controlled. Government plays a central role in shaping the legal, institutional, and regulatory climate within which individual corporate governance systems are developed. These are various models: the German model, Anglo-American model, Japanese model, and the Indian perspective. Anglo-American model, this is single-tiered model, or we can say shareholder model. In the UK, Turkey, USA, Canada, this traditional model of CG is followed. This model is based on Milton Friedman's premise that the social responsibility of the business is to increase its profit. Shareholders have right to elect the members who act as an agent for them to the board. The board has to perform 3 roles: controlling, strategy formulation, and accountability to shareholders. This is Anglo-American model. Second is German model. Although the shareholder own the company, they do not entirely dictate the governance mechanism. Shareholder elect only 50% of the members of supervisory board, and the other half is appointed by labor unions. Both shareholders and employees have equal say in selecting and members of supervisory board. This is German model. Next is Japanese model. In Japanese model, the financial institution has an additional role in governance. The shareholder and the bank together appoint BOD and president. Inclusion of the president who consult both the supervisory board and the executive management. Now, this is the Indian perspective of CG system. India has its own right, has a unique and epoch background of governance. In ancient time, the king was always considered the representative of the people. The wealth of the state was not personal wealth of the king. We all know this thing. The principle of trusteeship was also followed. Various modern authors have also taken tips on good governance from Kautilya's Arthashastra. In respect of public enterprise, central state government forms the board. Excessive emphasis is on observing rules and regulation and guidelines. This is Indian perspective of CG. Now we come to SEBI's clause 49 of the listing agreement. This is a formal CG system in Indian corporate houses, in corporate systems. Clause 49 of the listing agreement came into effect in 2000 for the improvement of CG in Indian corporate houses. It has been formulated by SEBI from the various recommendations of the Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee on CG in 1999. Clause 49 guidelines: composition of board, definition of independent director, related party disclosures, code of conduct, CEO or CFO certifications, quality of financial disclosure, whistleblower policy, etc., etc. This is all the provisions laid by the SEBI's clause 49. This is the formal basic system of corporate governance in India. After that, after clause 49, various recommendations, various changes, amendment has been made in 2009 and 2014. These are revised clause: right of shareholder, role of stakeholders, disclosure, transparency, key function of board, composition of board. These are various provisions which has been amended in 2009 and 2014. Now we come to the Companies Act in 2013, revision of our Companies Act 1956 to 2013. 2013 Act to Companies Act 2013 also come up regarded with corporate governance. Despite of all the mandatory and non-mandatory requirements as per clause 49, India was still not in position to itself comply highest standard of CG. The provision of Companies Act 13 with regard to CG prescribes certain practices that go into building a robust corporate governance structure. Main provision of this act are composition of the board, women director, independent director, director training and education, audit committee, nomination and remuneration committee, subsidiary companies, internal audit, risk management committee, compliance, to provide a rock solid framework around the city. Now, latest is SEBI's LODR regulation 2015. Now, our corporate houses, all the companies are working under this SEBI's LODR regulation 2015. By Gazette of India, Extraordinary Part 3rd, Section 4, SEBI notified on 2nd September 2015 the LODR 2015. So now all the listed companies are governed by this SEBI's LODR 2015. Now every listed company should comply with the stricter provisions of this Companies Act and SEBI's LODR 15. The following provisions had been applied, shall apply to all listed entities: obligation related to board of directors, audit committee, nomination remuneration committee, stakeholder relationship committee, vigil mechanism, related party transactions, subsidiary of listed entities, independent directors. These are various provisions and sub-provisions related to CGs laid by SEBI's LODR regulation 2015. Obligations related to board of directors. These are the some provisions related to board of directors, because board of directors is the most important functioning area of any company. Board of directors shall have an optimum combination of executive and non-executive director with at least of one women director. Not less than 50% of BOD shall comprise of non-executive director. Where the chairperson of BOD is a non-executive director, at least 1/3 of the board shall comprise of independent directors. The board of directors shall meet at least 4 times a year with a maximum time gap of 120 days between 2 meetings. The board shall lay down a code of conduct for all members. The board shall be responsible for framing, implementing, monitoring, etc. for risk management of the company. This is audit committee, very important committee. Every listed company shall constitute a qualified and independent audit committee according to the terms of the LODR. The audit shall have minimum 3 directors as members. 2/3 of members of audit committee shall be financially literate. At least 1 member shall have accounting or related financial management expertise. The chairman of the audit committee shall be an independent director. He shall be present at annual general meeting. The company secretary shall act as the secretary of this audit committee. This is nomination and remuneration committee. The board shall constitute nomination and remuneration committee. The committee shall comprise of the at least 3 directors. All directors shall be non-executive. At least 50% shall be independent. Chairperson of this committee and will be an independent director. This is stakeholders committee. This committee is constituted specifically look into the mechanism of redressal and grievance of shareholders, debenture holders, other security holders. The chairperson of this committee shall be a non-executive director. This is risk management committee, vigil mechanism. Vigil mechanism, the listed entity shall formulate a vigil mechanism of directors, employees. The vigil mechanism shall provide the adequate safeguard against victimization. And risk management committee, the chairman of this committee shall be a member of board. The board director shall constitute a risk committee. This is related party transaction. All related party transactions shall require prior approval of the audit committee. All material related party transactions shall require approval of shareholder through resolution. These are subsidiary of listed entity. At least one independent director on the board shall be director of board of unlisted material subsidiary incorporated in India. Independent director. Who is independent director? A person shall not serve as an independent director in more than 7 listed companies. These are the requirements for becoming an independent director, or we can say that these are the provisions for independent directors. The independent director of the listed company shall hold at least one meeting in a year. The maximum tenure of independent directors shall be in accordance with the Companies Act 2013, and rules changes time to time. Employees including senior management, director shall not be a member in more than 10 committees. Now it has been reduced to up to 8 or 7. He cannot act as a chairman of more than 5 committees. All members of board and senior management personnel shall affirm compliance with the code of conduct. Other corporate governance requirement, these are other requirement. Detail of all material transaction with related party shall be disclosed. The report shall be signed either by the compliance officer or CEO. These are major provisions. Now we come to Uday Kotak Committee 2018. Now the SEBI has constituted a committee under Uday Kotak, which committee has submitted a report of to SEBI, where various provisions, various recommendations, about 80 recommendations Uday committee has provided to improve the CG standard. Out of 80, SEBI approved as it is more than 40 recommendations, rejected some of them and some for modifications. The broad categories of amendment are composition and role of board, institution of independent director, board committees, monitoring groups, accounting audit committee, investor participation, disclosure, transparency, etc. These are the provisions provided by Uday Kotak Committee. Composition and role of board, recommendation by Uday Kotak Committee. Now minimum 6 director, applicable from April 1st to 19, applicable on 1000 listed entity, and from 2000 applicable to next 2000 listed entity. At least one independent director. Some of the provisions have been started from 2019, and next some of the provision had started from 2020. Maximum number of directorship according to this provision. Previously it was 10. Now according to this committee, according this Uday Kotak Committee, now 8 or now 7. Separation of role of chairman and CEO, and chairman shall be non-executive director. Quorum of board of meeting, listing out competence, expertise of director. These are provisions by Uday Kotak Committee. Institutional of independent director. Independent director shall not be a member of promoter group, and a non-independent director of a company on the board of which any independent director of the listed entity is an independent director cannot be independent director on the board of the listed entity which was made applicable from October 18. Appointment of alternate director for an independent director shall not be permitted, which came into effect from October 2018. These are some provisions related to independent directors. Board committees, these are various important board committees which every board, every corporate house, listed corporate house have to frame its in its board. First is audit committee. Next, nomination and remuneration committee, senior management, stakeholders relationship committee, risk management committee. Audit committee recommendations are: need to review the utilizations of loans, advances, etc. Nomination and remuneration committee, all payment made to senior management to the board of director. The quorum for this committee meeting would either be 2 members or 1/3 of the members of the committee, whichever is greater. This is senior management committee shall include all members of management one level below the CEO, MD, whole-time director, CEO, and CS and CFO. This is senior management. The stakeholder relationship committee shall consist of at least 3 directors as member with at least 1 independent director. Chairman shall be present in annual general meeting to answer the queries of security holders, to review the measures taken for effective exercise of voting. Risk management committee applicable to top 500 listed entities, and its role shall specifically include cyber security. Monitoring group entities and related party. This is various provisions related to related party transactions. Accounting and audit related matters. Disclosure of consolidated financial results mandatory for all the listed entities on quarterly basis. These are various provisions have been made to improve CG, accountability, transparency, etc. SEBI and our government, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, take various provisions, various rules to improve CGs, to control the various scam which held by various corporate houses. A disclosure of cash flow statement on half-yearly basis mandatory for all listed entity. Financial result in respect of last quarter could be audited, limited review. Disclosure to be made by way of note with respect to aggregate effect on material adjustment made in the result of last quarter pertaining to earlier periods. Mandatory disclosure of qualification of audit qualifications, except the matters which are of going concern or sub judice matters. Disclosure and transparency. These are various provisions related to disclosure and transparency of accounting system or accounting details or our accounts of that company. Disclosure, the list of all credit rating obtained along with the revisions in corporate governance section of its annual report. Rating provided by rating agencies, which should be provided in annual report. Disclose the certain key financial ratios in the section of MDA section in the annual report, and detailed explanation shall be provided if there is any change of 25% or more any financial year. A certificate from CS of that company shall be required in the annual report that none of the director of the board are debarred or disqualified from being appointed by the company. Disclosure on the entity's website shall be in user-friendly, searchable format, and disclosure to the stock exchange shall be in XBRL format. XBRL, we all know, extensible business language reporting language format. Investor participation, the board shall provide their recommendation for any resolution before placing to the shareholder. Top 100 listed entities shall hold annual general meeting by August 19 within 5 months and from the end of financial year 18-19. Top 100 listed company shall have one-way live webcast of the proceeding. This is new provision. Webcast is must for proceeding annual general meeting. Thank you so much. This is my presentation on how CG works, how our SEBI has formed various provisions, various rules, regulations related to CGs. So all the stakeholders of that company shall be protected. Thank you so much for inviting.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This is Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi, presently the chairman of this session. It is really nice hearing you on such a illuminating experience you have showed over here. And the corporate governance and related provisions, formation and committees, and many more has been discussed so nicely and so precisely. I was really honored to have you on this board, and rather thanking you, ma'am, for having such a lucid presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It was really nice experience of having been this discourse on corporate governance and related provisions from you. I now request Moshimi Chatterjee, ma'am, to kindly go ahead with the next presentation. Thank you once again, ma'am, for being with us. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the informative presentation on CG and business environment. Hope it will help our students and the presenters in future also and in their studies. Thank you once again. Now I would like to invite Dr. Dhaval Mehta, Professor, Department of Business and Industrial Management, Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University, Surat. And sir will be speaking on innovative business models for future. Dr. Dhaval Mehta, sir, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing a screen with you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing your valuable time for this international e-conference. And sir will be presenting a presentation on innovative business models for future.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, please proceed.
Yeah. So let's say that what are the emerging issues in the management right now? I'll only talk about first three of them. There are many. The first thing is the digital transformation which has happened. The second is the social responsibility of the business. The third thing, which is essential in the management right now, is that our labor force is having a diversity, equity, and inclusion. Moreover, there is a high level requirement of soft skills development. Other issues which are emerging are globalization, entrepreneurship and innovation, lifelong learning. Let's start something with a story. Okay. Are all of you aware about this boiling frog syndrome? Say yes or no in the chat box. Can they write in chat box, ma'am? Can they unmute themselves?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Limited
So,
access is given, sir.
so can they write in chat box? Yeah, fine.
Yes.
So let us discuss the boiling frog syndrome. If you throw a frog into a pot of the boiling water, it will jump out instantly. But if you place a frog into a pot of cold water and turn the heat on low, it will float there quite placidly. As the water gradually heats up, the frog will sink into the tranquil stupor. And before long, with a smile on its face, it will die. Now, why this story is necessary? Many of the corporates, many of the management are suffering from the boiling frog syndrome. Change is happening, and they are not able to sense this change. Let's see what are the things why companies are failing. Two big reasons which I have found out why companies fail are they do the same thing which they are doing. That is, they are continuously exploiting. The second thing is they try to do continuously new thing, exploring. So these are the two basic reasons why company fails. Children explore, adults exploit. Children explore. Children are always in the search of the new knowledge. Adults, they are exploiting their existing knowledge. They are not trying to change or they are not trying to learn the new things, right? Similar is the story of the companies also. Some companies explore, some companies exploit. Digital transformation which has happened, it is necessary that the change should happen. There was a typewriter. There is a story of a facet typewriter. Many of you have must not seen also this typewriter. It's a case of a too much exploitation. Too much exploitation in the sense, I'm exploiting my existing knowledge only. I'm not, exploit means I will only use my existing resources, existing technology, existing knowledge. I will not change. And the reasons why the facet, it was doing tremendously well, but it was running in the bankruptcy. the failure to innovate, the competition which was received from the electronic calculators, economic turndowns, management issues, and limited product range were the major reasons why Facet was no longer there in the market. On the contrary, if I talk about the Videocon company, it did too much of exploration, too much of experiments. See, both are on different sides. One is exploiting its existing knowledge too much. Another is exploring too much. It went from washing machine to TV, and it even went to oil and gas sector, and therefore you can say the continuum was very wide. We all know that we have to take the roads. Two roads diverge in a wood, and I took the one less traveled, and that has made all the difference. We know that for a company to grow, we will have to take the road which is less traveled, but we cannot also ignore that the less traveled road can also be very dangerous. Nokia. The last statement was, we did not do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. This was in the Nokia CEO press conference. 8 reasons why Kodak failed. The laser and razor and blades business plan was initially successful, but turning blind to other strategies was not wise for Kodak. Research and development is a core part of marketing success, but Kodak ignored it. When the digital age of photography beckoned Kodak, the company simply ignored its call when the time was ripe to make the transition. Steven Sasson, an electrical engineer of Kodak, first discovered the technology behind the digital photography. But Kodak disregarded this person also. Though walls were closing on Kodak, the company still want to argue that analog photography is better than the digital. And it lost 10 valuable years this way. Am I audible to all of you? Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
While Fujifilm, the Japanese conglomerate, shifted its gears, changed its gears to the digital way, Kodak continued with its analog promotions. Though walls were closing on Kodak, the company still went on to argue that analog photography can be better and better and better. Why Hindustan Motors failed? Lack of innovation, poor quality, limited product line, dependence on government orders, labor disputes, inefficient manufacturing process, lack of marketing, poor dealer network, competition from foreign car manufacturers, failure to adapt changing consumer preferences. Other companies which failed are Kingfisher Airlines. The airline was unable to compete with the low-cost carriers such as Indigo and SpiceJet. Nokia, one of the leading mobile phone manufacturer in India, failed. Pagers were once a popular communication device. I doubt many of the youngsters has hardly heard about that there used to be a device before the mobile, which was pager. So let's try to understand what are the undercurrents which are going in the economy, what are the things which are changing, and we should keep the tab of all these changes. The business models which are no longer relevant in the current scenario are brick and mortar retail stores. If you're working on brick and mortar retail stores, wake up. Please wake up. The time has come that you will no longer be in the market after 5 years. If you are in pay-per-use software, it is gone. Now it will be a concept of cloud computing. Print newspapers, DVD rental stores, telephone directories. These are all business models which are wiped off in just 10 years. Travel agencies, yellow pages, classified ads, landline telephone service providers. Once they were doing, these were all the businesses which were booming. They are no longer there in the market. Always remember this statement. Sometimes one change happen in 1,000 years, and sometimes thousands years of change happen in 1 year. Recently, you have all came across the Chat GPT. I will show you on my channel, right? Apart from Chat GPT, there are in total 100 artificial intelligence which have came up. There are Auto GPT, then Travel GPT, and believe me, all those blog writers, all those content writers, they are wiped off. So the question arises, now what to do? So the company is always having the two scenario, to explore or to exploit. Now in exploring, the strategy is radical or disruptive innovation. We have to innovate. And to exploit, incremental innovations can be done. Structure, small cross-functional team can be appointed. In exploit, we require multiple teams. Culture, high tolerance for experimentation, risk-taking, acceptance of failure, focus on learning. In explore, here in explore, we should be ready to face the damages, we should be ready to face the failures. In exploit, we can't do that. In exploit, we are just talking about the profit. Risk management, big risk is failure to achieve. Exploit, more complex set of trade-offs can be done. Goals, in explore, we want to create the new markets, discover the new opportunities. In exploit, maximizing the yield. I hope all of you are coming from the commerce and management background. Exploitation in a layman term is that now we have reached to the level of, in the BCG matrix, cash cows. We are not doing anything new. We are just reaping the profits. The measure of success is achieving the product or a market fit. Here in exploit, we want to have more and more sales. You can see they are both the different poles of the earth. Explore, uncertainty is very high. Exploit, uncertainty is low. Our focus here is search and breakthrough. In exploit, efficiency and growth. Financial philosophy, we are talking about venture capitalist. In exploit, we are in safe havens. Cultural, we have to change the culture in exploring in our organization. In exploit, you can continue with the existing culture. We require highly talented people in explore. The new techie we require in explore. In exploit, we can work with the existing employees. Let's talk about the quirky. Too much exploration was done by the quirky, a New York-based company, doing extremely well. But its thinking was, you come out with the new product ideas, we will arrange the venture capitalists for you. But what happened was that the ideas were so many, and to conceptualize the idea, to commercialize it was so difficult that quirky within 5 years was nowhere. Then comes too much exploitation. Too much exploitation means relying on the existing business too much. Nokia, too much exploitation. It did not want it to change. It did not innovate. It did not adapted the change. It did not even struggle to find out what the things are happening. More examples are Kodak, Blockbuster. Blockbuster was one of the largest video rental chains in the world, which wiped off in 10 years. Borders was largest bookstores. It did not understood that the Kindle ebook has been launched. Xerox. It was, you can say it was Xerox was a name which was, the photocopy was replaced by Xerox. But today, it no longer exists. So it requires that there should be a balance between exploration and exploitation. We cannot do too much exploration. We cannot do too much exploitation. So a balance has to be maintained. So what is a balance and how we will achieve it? It has been found by the research that only 2% of the firms are able to maintain the balance between the exploration and exploitation. Why is it so? Why is it so crucial that we are not able to maintain this balance? The reason is that both are 180-degree apart. More the difference, more is the increased tensions, right? Because the tensions happen in organizational inertia. Resource allocations will be the problem. Should we go for new experiments or should we go for the new markets? It is very difficult to do this. So desirable organizational outcomes, will we be able to achieve it or not? exploitation of daily operations, benefits of stability in exploitation, in exploration, conquering the new topics. Now, I'll give you a very simple example. Am I audible, ma'am? I'm repeating this thing continuously.
Yes,
Am I?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is not necessary that exploitation and exploring is only restricted to the company. It is restricted to our teaching style. It is restricted to, sorry, it is not restricted only to the company. It can be applicable to professors. It can be applicable to the writers. It can be applicable to singers. So you must be aware that there is a genre which each and every person is comfortable in it. And therefore you have to break that genre. You have to come out of that genre. You have to do something new. I'll talk about the three singers who were doing extremely well in their time period, like Vanilla Ice in 1990s, Bill Ray Cyrus, 1992, Ashley Simpson. They were all doing extremely well, but their genre was same. And as it was monotonous, they faded out. Now let's talk about those singers who tried many experiments and they also failed. Prince, Bob Dylan, Boy George. They did so many experiments that ultimately they were not able to, nobody was able to recognize which genre they fitted. Let's talk about the Apple case study. It is considered to be the best example where exploiting and exploration is done simultaneously. They can afford it. The reason is the revenues are high, the team is high, they have recruited the best people, so they can afford it. So the balance is maintained of exploitation and exploring in Apple company. Now let's understand that is this a new strategy? Is exploitation a new strategy, or it has been talked about by Porter? Michael Porter has talked about this strategy ways back. And Porter's generic strategy is an exploitation strategy, in which we are talking about either you can be a cost leader, here, cost leader, the focus strategy, or a differentiation strategy. So basically, when I talk about the differentiation strategy, I'm talking about the niche market, the small market which I'm catering to it. Cost, am I focusing on cost, or I want to be the leader? Let's take the relevant examples which are there of cost leadership in India. Tata Motors, the best example of cost leadership according to the Porter's generic metrics. Product differentiation, Titan. The company's watches and jewelry products are known for their distinctive designs, high quality, and innovative features. Now let's talk about a very small market, Amul and Haldiram. These are the very small markets which focus. Of course, every niche market grows, and as it grows, we are exploiting it. And as the market becomes bigger and bigger, it is no longer a niche market, it becomes the market for masses. Now, what is the life cycle curve of explore and exploit, right? So the first thing is every company explores, and in last, exploit. We have to invent, right? Launch, create, improve. We have to go on following this, right? So here on the x-axis, there is a testing and design. Once it is completed, we enter into the sustaining that model and growing that model. Any business models will pass through this, and it is necessary that you understand this curve nicely. Now, in exploration and exploitation, a basic tension arises because of environmental dynamism, exogenous shocks, competitive intensity, absorptive capacity. So environment, organization, senior management team, they all have to pass some tension. Now this tension, which is there in the organization, the balance has to be maintained. How it can be reduced? It can be reduced with the help of intentionality, identity, organizational separation. You separate the organization or separate the team who are exploring, domain separation, temporal separation, and by doing that, don't Say, for example, there is some team in your organization which is handling the sales. Don't give them the target. Don't give them the target of trying the new things, because they are already in tension. So either you can separate the organization, either you can do the temporal separation, the domain separation, or the discipline separation. But the companies fall into the traps, and these traps are that too much of exploring, in the sense that I'm going on continuously searching for the new thing, and that is known as a perpetual search trap. Many companies fall into the trap of this. Apple, Apple iPods, Apple iPads, Apple Watches, Apple. So they want that this search should be continuous, and one time comes that you enter into one of the trap, which is very dangerous. That is a perpetual search trap. The second, let's talk about a very famous poet who has written, स्वार्थ हर तरह की भाषा बोलता है, हर तरह की भूमिका अदा करता है, यहाँ तक कि वो निस्वार्थ की भाषा भी नहीं छोड़ता है. So be very careful that in the organization there are some traps which I'll be discussing according to this poem, right? There is a confirmation bias trap. Swarth means everybody confirms, or rather it's a group thinking. Everybody will confirm to you that as you are a leader, we agree to you. This is very, very dangerous, right? This occurs when people seek out information that confirms their existing beliefs. I'm always searching for something which agree to my philosophy, which agree to my thinking, which agree to my culture, religion, race, ethnicity, and therefore I will not allow any new thing to happen in the organization because I think this way. This is the problem of confirmation bias. So you can see here, this side is facts and evidence. This is our beliefs. We completely ignore because our cognitive does not allow to do it. Then comes the sunk cost trap. The companies fall into this trap because they have invested heavily, and as they have invested heavily, they cannot come out of it. It is a very big investment which they have done, and therefore companies fail. Overconfidence trap. There is a sweet spot. I'm scared, I'm cautious, I'm optimistic, and then comes I'm overconfidence. Once the success knocks your door, are you all listening, ma'am? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you're absolutely audible, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, please.
So when the success knocks your door one time, two time, three time, four time, friends, believe me, the best person on the earth falls into the overconfidence traps. And this is the point where you must have seen the famous Bollywood or Hollywood actors who fall into this trap, and the failure starts. You must have heard about Salim Khan, the famous writer Salim Javed, right? He has written one quote: failure has not destroyed many people, but success has destroyed many people. Let's talk about this person, great poet Bhupen Hazarika. दिल हुम का घबराए, गन धम धम करे, डर डर जाए, एक बूंद कभी पानी की मोरी आंखियों से बरसाए. This is, don't be scared, but the thing is, be alert, remain alert that what is happening. Don't be overconfident. You have to do the introspection of yourself using the Johari window. This I can talk in detail, but there are many things which I want to discuss. Group thinking trap. मैंने अभी आपको बताया, निस्वार्थ की भाषा, that poem. Everybody will speak the same language which leader will speak. They are afraid to disagree, and that's the problem the companies suffer. Take the group think trap. See, group thinking. I have an idea. Normally, you must have seen in your meetings also. Some of your colleagues will say that I was also thinking the same thing. No, it was mine. That idea was mine. So this is a vicious circle. You are not moving out of it. So you have to break this trap, right? And now you have to say, I've got a better idea. You have to break this circle. Over reliance on single product. I rely only on one product. Ambassador car, one employee, one customer, one supplier. These are all bottlenecks. Don't do that, right? Don't do that. Perfectionism, procrastination. I want to be like him. I want to be perfect. The perfect trap is so dangerous. It will lead to you in the procrastination. It will make you lazy because you require everything perfect. You want each and everything to be done by yourself. And when you are not able to achieve it, there is a frustration. And when there is a frustration, new product does not evolve. Let others to do it. Changes can be done, but don't fall into the trap of perfection. So there is a need for recognition, and there is an achievement which you get, but once you don't achieve, you start procrastination, right? Subconsciously knows that there is no perfection. You know that there is no perfection. But we are so meticulous in our things. So being perfect is harmful to yourself and to your colleagues also. Then comes the anchoring trap. I'll show you a very small example to you. What is an anchoring trap? The low anchor group, right? This is an example which has been given in the books. I've taken it from the book. I will share the books also from which these examples have been taken. The first one, did Mahatma Gandhi die before or after age of 9 years old? Now, this is a question which I am giving to you. And then I will, this is the information, the piece of information which I am giving to you. And then I will ask you a question. How old was Mahatma Gandhi when he died? It has been found that when you carry out this analysis on group of 100 people, the mean estimate was 50 because there is a reference point of 9. And because of this, the answer which we got is 50. Now we talk about the high anchor group. Did Mahatma Gandhi die before or after age of 140 years old? And again, the same question was asked to the group of students. Quite surprising, the estimate was 67, right? So what is the first piece of information? On that basis, we decide. Now I'll do a very small game with you, right? And you have to pay attention and you have to write the answer in the WhatsApp, in the chat box. Ma'am, can they write the answer in the chat box? Is it possible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, there are 8 pages on the board. 14 clips have been used to tuck them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, count the pin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 pins are there. Now, my question is, if there are 15 pages, how many minimum pins are required to tuck them? Write your answer in the box. Please write it quickly. What can be your answer? Minimum pins required to tuck them on the board. Are they writing the answers, ma'am? Are they writing? What is the answer which is coming up?
They are
Ma'am?
writing, sir, one by one.
What is the answer? Tell me.
Shubhajit Ghosh has written 15.
Okay.
Suruchi Singh 15.
Okay.
Rishabh Roy 15.
Okay. So this is an anchoring bias. The answer is I require only one pin, friends, only one pin. Did I say I want to organize it in the same fashion? All 15 pages will be tucked by one pin. But as the information was provided this way, you started thinking in this fashion only, and that is the whole twist which happens in the organization, which happens with you, which happens with our colleagues. Then there is a status quo trap. We don't want to change. See, this person is trying to pull the box, right? Somebody is suggesting that the wheels have been invented. He says, no, this works fine with me, right? This looks dangerous. We are not ready to change. Organizations not ready to change. We want to be status quo. Defeating the status quo is necessary. We have to change. Then there is a success trap, which we have already discussed. Success trap. Once you get a success, you become so much confident, right? You become complacent. You become arrogant. You become egoistic. And you don't listen to the people. And this happens. And because of this, your failure starts. So there are remedy of the success trap, which has been suggested by Kotter's 8-step model has been suggested. Then there is a commitment trap. The organizations commit, right? And because of this, they fail. Availability heuristics. What happens in the world? Most of us may be watching the news, and because of this, whatever is the latest news, on that basis, we developed our decisions. We give our decisions. See, this is the person watching the TV. This is the reality. But in actual, but what he thinks in actual, this is happening, right? So the reality may be far away, but your mind starts overthinking. And because of overthinking, you take the decisions which are very, very dangerous for the companies. Short-term thinking. I am short-term thinking in the sense that I am myopic. I'm taking the decisions which are very, very short-term. Bill Gates has written this statement. Success is a lousy teacher. It reduces us smart people into thinking that they cannot lose. Success breeds complacency. Complacency breeds failure. Only the paranoid survives. This disadvantages, which we have already discussed. Now we have to understand the changing business models which are there. Reliance Jio, Flipkarts, Mahindra and Mahindra, ICICI Bank, Byju's, Swiggy, Ola, Tata Consultancy Services, SBI came out with the YONO app. Modern business must have its fingers continuously on the public pulse. It must understand the changes in the public mind and be prepared to interpret itself fairly and eloquently to changing the opinion. There are so many business models which have came up. Let's see one by one, 5 minutes more. One of the new business models which have emerged is a subscription-based model, which you must all have seen: Netflix, Spotify, Adobe, subscription-based models. The next is sharing economy model. Airbnb, Uber, Ola, they are all sharing economy models. So the traditional businesses are no longer existing. You have to think new. You have to think fast. You have to come out. You have to explore. You have to exploit. Direct to consumer group, the traditional marketing channel which we used to teach in our marketing management by Philip Kotler is gone. Manufacturer to wholesaler to distributor to retailer, this change has gone. Now direct to the consumer. Then there are platform-based model. So many things have emerged up in platform-based model. It can be content, it can be education learning, the health tech, the fintech, the hardware and software technological platforms, social and communications, asset and sharing. Even there are people who have came out with the new type of employment, and that is recording. There are micro bloggers which have emerged. On-demand models, cars, food, medicines, these are on-demand models. Circular economy models. So in this, basically, we want to recycle the waste, and that's the reason companies like Patagonia and H&M have came up with the circular economic model, so that there is less, you can say, less hazards of wastages. Freemium model. right? These things will be given free to you. Dropbox, LinkedIn, and Slack. Remember one word: if anything is free, it is clear. It clearly means that you are the product. Blockchain models. Okay, so let me talk about the case study of Spotify. Spotify was founded in 2006. It tied up with the big companies, and it was not doing well initially, but over the period it took up, and today the Spotify is considered to be the best solution for the music. Uber. There is one case study which is there in Elephants Cannot Dance, how IBM's turnaround strategy was designed by Gerstner, how to make it successful company, right? Then comes the social responsibility. I'll not talk about its content, but the companies which completely ignored the social responsibility are Enron, Volkswagen, Nike, Bharat Petroleum, Nestle. Nestle had faced a criticism for using the child labor in the production of cocoa, which was which was not good at all. The third is a diversity, equity, and inclusion, the new emerging issues in the management, and how the business models have to change according to it, right? The demographics are changing of the businesses. The companies which have faced problems in Google in 2017 faced a controversy where a memo written by a male employee went viral in which he argued that the women were biologically less suited for tech jobs. It's so surprising how somebody can write such messages, but it was written. This was written in Google. The incident raised questions about Google's commitment to diversity and inclusion. Wells Fargo in 2016, Wells Fargo was fined 185 million for opening over 2 million unauthorized customers account order to meet sales target. Okay, Uber faced the sexual harassment case, right? So you have to be very alert for your organization. Some soft skills which are required are: you cannot ignore the technological advancements which are happening. Friends, it is not too late to learn the new things. Don't have the mental blockages in your mind that I cannot do this. Don't allow your tongue to say that I cannot do this, because the brain's capacity is tremendous. One of the research which has been done is the brain is not a gray matter. It is having a characteristics of plastic. It can be molded in the way you want. You can search it on the Google that the brain is having the plasticity. So before you become obsolete, before your organizations become obsolete, before your ideas become obsolete, before you become obsolete, change yourself. All these things have been taken from these books. I'm fond of reading these books: The Thinking Trap, The Trap of Success, The Business Model Generation, The Lean Startup, The Value Proposition Design, Blue Ocean Strategy, and Innovator's Dilemma. This is all about me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. What I can say, perhaps one of the most interesting session over these days I had with you. I'm really very thankful for such a presentation, such a nice presentation. The entire discourse was so lively, so lucid. I am totally catch up with it, and I'm thankful, Professor Mehta, for having been so lucid to all of us, so elaborative, nice presentation we had. Uh, Thank you, sir,
Thank
for obliging to the committee members for accepting their invitation to be the part of this seminar, and really contributed a lot through your such a lively presentation. I can say this is one of the best discourse I had in few years, which one can have. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I request Moshimi madam to
Uh,
kindly conclude the session.
uh,
And if, sir, you have got something to say, sir?
yeah, I have got something to say, sir.
Yes, sir,
Uh,
please.
I am having my WhatsApp channel, right? In which
Yeah, yeah.
I'm teaching 40 softwares related to data analysis. So data analysis using Tableau, artificial intelligence, data analysis using Java,
Wonderful.
machine learning using Python, structural equation modeling using Adenco, smart PLS, panel data using eViews, data science using Python, data analysis using RapidMiner, time series analysis using eViews, data analysis using R and RStudio, structural equation modeling using R, qualitative data analysis. You will find some of my books which are available on Amazon, and this is the data analysis using R. It consists of 22 chapters on data science. Then there is a book on machine learning using R Rattle, right? And we are teaching the softwares like Power BI, Ultrax, Tableau, Gretel, eViews. So, and I'm sharing one link with you. Those who want to join my WhatsApp channel, right? So wherever my programs, my workshops are across are organized all over the world, right? So those who want to join me, they can join me. This is known as a DM channel. Many of you are already the members of this. Apart from this, my interest is corporate talks, which you have seen, the strategy formulation, working on strategies. So thank you, all of you. I hope you enjoyed the sessions. Anybody wants to say something? Thank you.
Moshimi madam,
Yes, sir.
please go ahead. And I request all the participants, those who are here, that if you really have some question, you can mail it to us. Because it's just a 2 minutes to get over for this session. You can mail it to us. We will certainly going to send this to honorable members, honorable resource person who have been here. In the meantime, I'll request Professor Mehta to kindly email whatever books and WhatsApp channel you have mentioned. Kindly mail it to us so that we can transform these to the students and the research scholar. And we ourselves are very interested to be the part of this. Thank you, sir. Please help us by sending it to the conference secretary, and she will then again email back to me. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chatterjee, please proceed.
Yes. A very nice session, a beautiful session, so much informative in simple language, understandable, just like a storytelling. And I want to thank Dr. Dhaval Mehta, sir, for such a nice presentation. I think the students and the presenters and all who are participating, they are much aware of why many different companies whose name are known to us, but they are not in existence right now. Rightly said and pointed out by sir, just like Xerox. When we go to shop, we say, "Bhaiya ek Xerox karke dijiye." We don't say, "Sir, bhaiya ek photocopy karke dijiye." So the term is in the market till right now, but the company is not there. So thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable time and the beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. So as addressed by the co-chairperson of the plenary session, this is the end of the presentation and the plenary session over here. 1:30 to 2:30, we are off for lunch break. And from 2:30, we will start our technical session 1 till 4. The technical session is from 2:30 to 4. And the technical chairperson of technical session 1 is Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi, coordinator, Department of Business Administration, Kazi Nazrul University. And sir will be joined by two resource person who will be giving the keynote address, Dr. Dhananjay Kumar, Professor, Department of Management and Faculty of Business Administration, Islamic University, Bangladesh, and sir will be speaking on management, education, and current trends of management. Along with we have Dr. Nilanjan Roy, Associate Professor and Head, ILEAD, Kolkata. And our technical session 2 will start from 4 to 5:30, and we will be having presentations in both the technical sessions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Please join us at 2:30 or prior to 5 minutes prior to 2:30 for the technical sessions. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We will start our technical session 1 at 2:30. All the presenters are requested to join 5 minutes prior at least, and they should be ready with their presentation. Good afternoon, Dhananjay sir.
I am audible, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir,
I'm
you are
audible.
audible. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you so much for joining
Thank you,
us.
ma'am. Thank you,
I
ma'am.
know,
Professor
sir,
Kumar, most welcome.
Oh, thank you, Professor Lolit. Uh, thank you.
good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege for us to have Chairperson of Technical Session 1, Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi, sir, with us. Our keynote, the keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Dhananjay Kumar, Professor, Department of Management, Faculty of Business Administration, Islamic University. Sir is with us. Thank you, sir, for your time. We know you have a very busy schedule, and it's motivation for us is quite motivating. And thank you for your presence. And along with Dhananjay Kumar sir, we have Dr. Nilanjan Roy, Associate Professor and Head Director of IQAC, Department of Management Studies, ILEAD, Kolkata. We will be starting our technical session 1 sharp at 2:30. I'm just requesting the presenters to join and all the participants to join and be with us for making this e-conference a successful one.
Madam, just 1 minute. I
Yes, sir.
think Dr. Nilanjan Ray's mic is not being able. So it
Okay.
has to be able from
I'm
your
telling the
point.
I'm telling the technical team, sir.
Okay. Avik, are you here? Avik?
Yes, sir. I have enabled Dr. Roy, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, Dr. Nilanjan Roy.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir.
Since both the resource person have joined,
Yes, sir.
and you can now proceed with the session.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ma'am, one more thing. So Rashish Raut is also there, the assistant professor of the Department of Business Administration of the
Okay.
university. So Rashish, could you hear me? Hello. So Rashish. Okay, anyway, you please continue, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for all your time and participation. We are here starting our technical session 1, and the chairperson for this session is Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi, Coordinator, Department of Business Administration, Kazi Nazrul University. Sir has got a vast experience in the field of management, and he is in this profession for more than 14 years. He is guiding many scholars, and many research papers have been published by him. He is just not the chairperson of this technical session, but also a support system and the person behind all the hard work regarding in association and regarding this e-conference, international e-conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support, guidance, and everything. We have two keynote address invited speakers and resource person in this technical session. Dr. Dhananjay Kumar, Professor, Department of Management, Faculty of Business Administration, Islamic University, Bangladesh. And sir, today sir will be speaking on topic management education and current trends in management. Dhananjay sir got a vast experience in this field of management and has all his contribution in the field of research and development. We have with us Dr. Nilanjan Roy, Associate Professor and Head, Director, IQAC, Department of Management Studies, ILEET, Kolkata. Sir got 13 and more years of experience in this management field and got more than 90 research papers under his name. Sir, we are privileged to have you, both of you, in this technical session 1, along with our chairperson, Dr. Lalit Joshi. Sir,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Lalit Kumar,
Thank you.
sir, please share a few words with us. Dr. Lalit Joshi, sir, please.
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed with what to say. There is some different situation here at this
Sure.
university right now.
Okay, okay,
So
sir.
I request you to proceed because there is a lot of
Okay.
disturbance on the background. So I
Okay.
request you to kindly proceed with Professor Dhananjay Kumar and
Okay.
followed by Dr. Nilanjan Roy. Both
Okay.
of them are luminaries having a vast experiences, and we are really grateful to have both the speakers here. One as the keynote to deliver the keynote address, another to deliver the invited address. We are thankful to both of you to be with us, and I now request Dr. Moushumi Chatterjee to kindly proceed with the session. Ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. We understand, sir. Now, I'm requesting Dr. Dhananjay Kumar from Islamic University, Kushtia, Bangladesh, and sir will be speaking on the topic management education and current trends of management. Sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are
Okay,
audible.
yeah. Okay, I will try to share my PPT. Madam, I faced a problem to present the slide. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Now I am co-host now. Yes. You made me co-host.
Yes, yes, you are co-host, sir. You are co-host.
It's create a problem in my slide. What would you-
Uh, Dr. Kumar, you can also send us the PPT so that we can play it from our end, if it is possible.
So please mail the CV or please mail the PPT in the same mail ID, sir. conference@dsmsindia.org. Are you mailing the PPT, sir?
Okay, I already sent the PPT, ma'am. Hello.
Okay, sir. Checking the mail, sir. Yeah, got it, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Just
Uh,
wait for a few minutes. Okay. I'm just forwarding it to the technical team.
Okay. Thank you. Please, ma'am, mention the time. How much time I will get for my presentation?
Sir, you continue.
Okay,
Till,
okay,
yeah.
okay, okay. Very good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Mousumi Chatterjee. Thank you, Dr. Lolit Kumar Joshi, chairperson of this session and coordinator, Department of Business Administration, Kazi Nazrul University, Asansol, West Bengal, India. And present respected keynote speaker, Dr. Nilanjan Roy, Associate Professor, HOD, Director, IQHC, Department of Management Studies, ILIT, Kolkata, West Bengal, India. Thank you, the organization committee of this prestigious conference to invite me as a keynote speaker. Thank you once again to the conference authority for arranging this prestigious international conference and choose the time demanding topic and theme also. I thanks again and congratulate the whole authority, whole team of the August International Conference topic, emerging issues of management in present era. Now, I think that for the development of the information and technology, the demand and expectation of the customers, clients, or the public, or basically the human beings, the day by day and increase. For this region to meet up that types of demands and want on the side of the company, enterprise, or the organization face a lot of challenges or face a lot of problems, but they all time try to meet up the demand or challenges of their prospective or their present customers also. For this region, the managers take some strategies time to time on the basis of the changes of the styles or choice of the customers and etc. Basically, we live in the technological village, but it is possible to get the new technology within a short time, but it is very tough to manage the technology. It is very tough because your success of the organizations depends on your fruitful use of your technology. You are not use your technology properly, ultimately you will face a lot of losses. You will face a lot of losses also, because that types of loss will be occurred. You lose your reputation and your organization lost their face value and lost their ultimate consumer, existing consumer, and etc. Now, what is the issues of management? Generally, the issues of management is very important things for any organization to mitigate the future demand of the customers or the well-wishers of the organization also. Basically, it presented it's in negatively. The customers all time try to think and rethinking about the organization always thinks about the customer demand, customer choice, customer fashions, style, and etc. For this region, they face a lot of challenges also. Now, the organization face some challenges in the present era. That times in this year also, the development of technology, the new innovation and creativity, they salute the innovation and technology and changes the management style and take the new strategy to meet up to provide the good satisfaction of the customers, to satisfy the employers, to satisfy the employer of the organization. The managers try to take some strategy time to time. Please change the slide again. Next slide also. Now, the 10 common management issues in present time, in the present year. That's a communicating problem, communication effectively. I think that there are 3 levels of management: top level, mid level, and lower level of management. In strategic viewpoint, it is very important here for the managers. The top level management take decisions wisely. Mid level management try to make the relationship, maintain the relation, and lower level management, they perform their works and they try to implement the strategies that will take by the top level management and achieve the predetermined goal. But if the communication are not performed properly, ultimately organization will not achieve their predetermined goals, or in the good sense, I will say, not achieved their predetermined objectives. For this reason, management by objectives to it is very important here. Now, it's we already achieved the digital Bangladesh in the context of Bangladesh. Now we think that we achieved MDG, but we will try to achieve the SDG. And our slogan was the digital Bangladesh, but we're thinking about this nature, the smart Bangladesh. How it's possible to how will possible to achieve that types of goals? Our goal is to achieve the point of smart Bangladesh. It is possible. It is possible that times, because if the managers and the employees make properly and coordinate properly, they performed their all activities and communicate top to bottom effectively, because they perform the teamwork. Teamwork is very much essential here to achieve any types of goals. And in that sense, I say here, the two-way communication. What is two-way communication? Two-way communication is the effective communication here. To achieve the goal, effective communication is very much essential here. It is important problems also in the present time, making employees feel motivated, because motivation is very much important here. What is motivation? Motivation is the inner state of minds that drives to achieve the goal. And what is management? Management is the art of getting things done from the effort by others people effectively and efficiently, because you can achieve to earn anything from others. That times motivation will be the important tools here. But all days are not same. All works feelings are not same. But if the top level manager or the manager fail to motivate their lower level manager or their subordinate properly, he or she will not achieve their target point and not achieve the goal 100% effectively or efficiently. And promoting teamwork also. Teamwork is teamwork provide the good effort here in that sense, because why teamwork is very much important here. I think that this is the good promotion. I think that good, not promotion, it is a slogan also, Team India. The cricket team, Team India. Because all the authorities that they are related to the cricket, they all time expect the Team India. That means they enjoy the win situation. Or achieve the win situation, ultimately, there is no, it is very important for team effort also. It is very, very important for team effort also. Without team effort, it is very tough to achieve that types of goals also. Then another thing is promoting teamwork. It is very important, and handling conflicts within your teams, because conflict is not all time bad. It is a good sense. Conflict is not all time bad. Conflict creates some competitive advantages for the organization. Because if you think that you are the superior, what's your demand? You will try to achieve a good, you will try to achieve your predetermined goals, and you create a good competition with your employees. section to section, sector to sector, department to department. Ultimately, you will provide a good target for your employees. Ultimately, it's create a conflicting situation. That types of conflict is not bad always. And managing your time is the important matter here, because we see that the father of modern management, the F.W. Taylor, the father of modern management, Andy Fayol, the father of scientific management, F.W. Taylor, they provide a lot of functions, activity, principles here. And F.W. Taylor provides some contribution that's are related to time study, motion study. And time is the important factor here, because managers are typically responsible for his time or for our time. But it is possible to manage all the things are properly. But if the manager are so much responsible to manage all the things on the basis of their type sense, ultimately it is very, very important to achieve their predetermined goal also. Then next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please. Yes, it is the team effort of the organization. It is the team effort for the organization, because you cannot convert all the things in a group, but you will provide the good significance to meet up the challenge, meet up the current challenge of the organization. You can provide the team effort. Next. Then letting an employee go. It is the important matter in present time, because we face some problems in the present situation. The 3 C's are very much important here for present situation. 3 C's. Number 1 is COVID. Number 2 is climate. And number 3 is conflict. Because now we enjoy the post-COVID situation. Post-COVID situation, that's paying a lot. Not only it's hit our mentally, physically, and economically. And I think that most of the service organization suffer a lot in COVID-19 pandemic situation. We suffer a lot in COVID-19 pandemic situation. I think that most of the delegates enjoy the COVID period and get a lot of pain from this period. Then now we enjoy the post-COVID situation. Post-COVID situation is not a good situation for the economy or for the business. Business organization in the COVID period face a lot of problem, but they lost their capital. In post-COVID situation, they try to realize about the things and meet up their losses, and they try to run their organization in fruitfully. Now we enjoy the climate sense hit a lot, because that types of events that are occurred in this time, we are not expected, but that types of things are expected. We are not expect the heat. We enjoy the heat 1 week or 10 days. It suffered a lot. All the inhabitants in the subcontinent, not only Bangladesh, but also India, Bangladesh also suffer a lot at great heat, 42, 43, 41, and 40 degrees Celsius temperature. This is the reality of the climate sense. And now we face a great problem that's occurred in the conflicting situation. Russia and Ukraine war. Russia and Ukraine war provide a great message, because some countries suffer a lot for the climate, the conflict situation that's occurred in Russia and Ukraine. Ultimately, we think that types of conflicts only for the Russia and Ukraine. It's no. That types of sufferings for the whole world. Basically, I think that as the inhabitants of Bangladesh, I think the conflict situation that arises from India, that arises from Russia and Ukraine, Bangladesh suffer a lot, Pakistan suffer a lot, Sri Lanka suffer a lot. Then letting an employee go, that situation, it's a crucial situation for the organization. If the trained personnel will go, they are resigned for the organization, and sometimes the organizations are not protect their talent employees, trained employees, experienced employees. What things will be happened? Ultimately, it is very bad side. It's create the negative. It's create negative impact for the organization in the long run, because without help of the trained employees, without help of the experienced employees, ultimately the progress of the organization will not be achieved properly. Hiring the right fit for your team. Yes, when you will make a good plan for your organization, you can hire that types of personality are very important for your organization. We think that we suffer a lot. We are not take the decision independently. Why we will not take the decision independently? There are a lot of problems are included here. We will not take the decision independently for this reason. If we will fail to gather or appointed the right personnel in the right place, ultimately you will not achieve your organizational goals properly. It is the another challenges or another issues in present time for your organization. And avoiding micromanagement. What is micromanagement systems? Also, we are very much habituated about the two terminology that are used in management, MBO and MBE. What is MBO? Management by objectives. And what is MBE? Management by exception. Management by objectives. All employees of the organization show their goal-directed behavior. And what is management by exception? Because managers always handle lot of works, but he or she is very much habituated about the works, and he know his or her subordinate perform that types of work properly, but the managers are not so much interested to hand over that types of work, for their are not arrange that types of works, are not provide freedom or independence for their subordinate. Ultimately, what things will be happened? Managers will centralize all the things. It is the very bad. It creates the bad impact for the organization. Because why it creates the bad impacts for the organization? In that sense, managers try to decentralize all the things because he know or she know about this matter, or his or her subordinate performed well that types of work. It is the regular work. If you will provide the independence for their subordinate, ultimately the subordinate will be very much encouraged to perform that types of work. Generally, it's another problem because there are sometimes the managers or others environment are not perfectly performed. That types of work the managers are not performed or not hand over their works properly for their subordinate. Next, please. This picture highlighted about the things. This is the letting the employees go, and it is the important place for micro management eliminate the micromanagement situation and always invite the new people and always invite the new personality here and share their feelings and perform their experience and etc. also. Then next slide, please. Yes, dealing with performance problems. There may be periods where employees are not as productive as usual. A decrease in productivity can sometimes affect the whole team and overall goals. Thus, performance problems are always going to be a concern for managers. Why? Why the subordinates are not so much interested to cooperate your work? But what are the problems that exist in your organization? They are not achieve their predetermined performance. I think that three things are very much important for strategic management. That's our formulation evaluation, and implementation. What is formulation? This is the three important tasks also. Formulation, top level management, formulate all the things, and then evaluate about the things, any types of variance or deviation that's include here or not. Then they evaluate the matter and implement. The implement stage is the important stage for any organization, because the success of any organizations are fully depends on the properly execute or implement stage of the organization. For this reason, the managers will be very much concerned about these things. Why the organization are not achieved their performance properly? Any types of deviance or any types of variation that are included here or not, it's the important matter. Now, setting clear goals and promoting the company's mission. Why setting important goals? I already mentioned in different times here, MBO, management by objectives. Because organizational objectives will be crystal clear for all the employees, because all employees has a great significance to contribute to achieve their predetermined goal, but their setting goals are not so clear. The top level take decision, but lower level are not so much clear about their goals, what types of activities they will perform, and etc. Ultimately, what things will be happened? The things will be happened. They will not achieve their predetermined goal also. For this reason, the setting objectives or setting goals will be very much clear for top to bottom. Now, another slide, please. The top most popular management tools and trend also. Next, please. Next. Here, a collaborative organization. It is the important trends in present situation. A collaborative organization means that leaders are accountable to each other and the team. The leaders is responsible for the organization's overall direction and has a team of people working with him or her on a specific projects, because the picture highlighted about the things, it will be, it's not a personal work, it is a collaborative work. What are the present trends now? Collaborative organization and collaborative work, top to bottom. The managers or the leaders, they can share their goals and they can make a team. They can make a team, and the leader will be accountable for his or her all works for their team members. And another thing, training employees and managers. This is the controversial issues in present time. Why? We arrange the training program. Generally, I am a student of a university. I think that I am all in the class. I will take the class. My lecture is the best lecture. My thinking is the best thinking. And my innovation is the best innovation. And I think that the students always follow me. This is not good all time, because if I think that managers is all in the organization, managers arrange training for their employees, for their subordinate, but for betterment of the organization, both management and employees, both training is very much needed here. Why training is needed here? For employees and managers, for develop a good team building. Team building activities,
Dr. Kumar.
leadership
Dr. Kumar.
and yes, sir.
Yeah, please, please, if you can wind up within 5 more minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
We have
Thank you.
another speaker and then couple of papers
Okay.
are also there to be presented.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. I will try to complete all the things. Okay. Now, next slide, please. Yeah, achieving gender equality. It is very, very important in present time. It is the trend of management for gender equality. Now, EEO, equal employment opportunity, to create the equal employment opportunity, and it is very important for the organizations. Flexible leadership and management. You can exchange your news and views. You can exchange your ideas, share your ideas all time with your team members. And this is very, very important trend in present time, managing Generation Z workers. Gen Z workers, Generation Z workers refers to a generation of young adults born between 1996 and 2015. Now, it is the important point here. Generation Z workers now a multiple experience gathered from the different organization and different place. It will be the public place. It will be in your organization, outside of the organization, in your home or others place. Always we can use mobile phone. We can use different types of apps, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and we performed our activities in office, but we on our mobile phone and perform that types of work. Sometimes I think that we are not so much concentrated about the things. It is the important point here for the Generation Z workers. But your managers are not Generation Z. His old is or her old is more than 50 years, but he or she nursing. That types of employees now they are enjoying their age limit within 25 years. How it's possible? It's create a great problem. This is the generation gaps for this region. The managers are not understand the message that's provided by the Z generation. Ultimately, the organization will be suffer because a great conflict will be created from the generation gap. For this region, it's a great and recent trends for the manager. If you are a manager, if you think that what's your employees, what's their demand, what's their need, what the present context, but if the managers fail to understand the present context, present situation, present demand, present technological development, present innovation, present creativity, and what are the demand of the young new blood employees. Ultimately, it is very important to understand about the things, what types of things they want, what types of environment they want about the things. Next slide, please. Now I go through the slide, remote employees and hybrid working. What's our thinking? Our thinking a lot of work, but what's our life? Our life is composed of a lot of things. That means technology, song, and other things. We live in a modern village. We live within the modern technology, but we performed some work for this region and artificial intelligence. It is very, very important terminology in present time. Artificial intelligence. Though in one survey, in American survey, introduced about the things within 15 years, 50% labor cost will be reduced in any organization when they use the artificial technology here. Next, please. Next. Yes, focusing on employee intention and use the different types of apps, and ultimately emotionally intelligent leaders. Emotionally intelligent leaders, because the leaders will try to achieve the goal from their subordinate, from their followers. For this region, emotion is the important factor here. Mental health awareness, it is important matter. And my last topic, I will try to coordinate about the things, the management issues in present time, management challenges in present time, and management trends in present time, and now management education system. As a teacher of management, I feel a lot. Our education systems are performed well. We are performed well for our students, performed we arrange the industrial interaction. Now, please, the last slide also. The last slide also, please. Yeah, last. And yeah, it is the very, very important factor here. Now, if you think that, what are the main responsibility for the teachers of management? What are the main responsibility for the faculty of management? What are the main responsibility for the department of management? What are the main responsibility for the department of business administration? Ultimately, I think that to create the business graduate, to create a good entrepreneur, for this reason, we try to disseminate or we disclose the entrepreneurial intentions. We develop the entrepreneurship development program. That means case study, industrial interactions, then we presentations, and ultimately event management is the important factor here. And we will try to make a good coordination. What types of changes will be occurred in present time? What types of technological changes occurred in present time? You can try to create a good environment for the teachers, for the students, and you will get a good interaction with the industry and the students, industry and the teachers. Ultimately, we discuss about the things. Training is not only for the managers, it is employees also. It is not only for the employees, it is management also. Thank you everybody for patience hearing. I am very much grateful to the conference authority for my invitation, and I think that one of my known personality here, present here, Dr. Nilanjan Rai, he is the sound academician. I know, and a good researcher. He will provide lecture.
Sir, you too.
Thank you.
You too also.
Thank you.
Yes.
And any question regarding to this, I will provide the answer. I will try to provide the answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dhananjay Kumar, for the beautiful presentation. Now we will moving to our next keynote address by Dr. Nilanjan Roy, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Management Studies, ILEAD. Sir will be speaking on the topic Emerging Issues and Prospect of Technology in Business. Please start, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, madam, and for hand over the session. And good afternoon, distinguished panel members, organizers, and participants. It is a great honor for me that to speaking at this conference today, as we gather here to discuss about some few important issues and prospects, and also share our knowledge and ideas, and collaborate on the solution what we are facing right now in this present competitive situation. So in the theme of the conference e-conference, emerging issues in management, it is a very fine-tuned topic for in this relevant business era in today's world. So today I would like to share with you that some of my thoughts on this topic. So basically, we are in the age of digital technology. So as we know that there are various concepts or paradigms in this business era, that production concept, product concept, marketing management concept, customer relationship management concept, and also the digital marketing concept. So these are the basic era which we are across going through this pattern. So right now we are in the digital era, and each and every moment of time we are passing through that on this digital age. So as we all know that technology has been rapidly changing the way we do business, and not only business, each and every day, our day-to-day, minute-to-minute activities, we are passing through this technological interference. So from artificial intelligence and blockchain to the internet of things, also cloud computing, business are also embracing with these kind of new technologies to streamline the operations and improve the customer satisfaction, and also improve providing the best valuable expectation, as per the expectation, to the customers. Basically, organization's objective is to provide the value, whatever we are offering, that the product or services, basically we are concerned about the value what we are paying to the organization. So one of the biggest emerging issues in technology is that the ethical implication of artificial intelligence. Nowadays, it is a regime of artificial intelligence, AI. Each and everywhere we are going through this kind of, it is a buzzword. So why it is buzzword? Because artificial intelligence, it is basically dealt with the data. Data, everything, it is available. 30, if I say that 30, 40 or 70 or 100, it is a data. But data, when it will comes into the information, when it will value, it will create a value to us, then a meaningful information, meaningful value to us, then it will turn into information. So that is why artificial intelligence, it is one umbrella on the big data or machine learning. So as a business become more reliant on artificial intelligence, there are concerns about the potential for bias and discrimination. So it is more important that we ensure that AI is designed and implemented in an ethical and responsible way to minimize the risk of harm to the individuals and the society. Despite these kind of challenges, there are also many prospects for the technology and on the business. For example, like blockchain technology is already being used to create more transparent and secure supply chain management. So this can help the business to track the product from origin to the customer. If we order any product in the retail platform, say Amazon, or any kind of tracking, so suppose if we send any post in the speed post, each and every moment we can track the transit period. So that kind of things we can use with the help of that blockchain technology. Another thing is that augmented and virtual AR and VR. AR and VR also a very potential transformation contribution also in the business world. So another GPS, GIS, geospatial information system. Geospatial information system is basically used for the geographical location detection. But how we can implement for the service industry? So if I suppose one example I'm giving, that if we think as a tourism industry, in the entrepreneur, I want to set up I'm planning to upgrade destination. Now I am staying in, say, in Kolkata, and I'm planning to set up in a tourism business, suppose in Sundarban area. So I don't have any idea about the geographical location. Then each and every locations are having a unique number that with the help of GIS technology, I can identify what is the present location and what is the present scenario of that geographical location or perspective. And on that basis, we can able to plan accordingly. So these kind of application will help in the business. Digital transformation, nowadays in the rapid pace of technological innovation, that has led to digital transformation of business across all sectors, each and every sectors. Companies are investing on new technologies such as artificial intelligence, automation, Internet of Things to improve their operational and customer experience. Basically, the first or foremost thing is that to provide the best services to the customer, as we know that the customer is the king of the market. Another thing, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, all companies become the more dependent on technology. Nowadays, all organizations are depending on technological interface. So risk of cyber attacks and data breaches has also been increased. We don't know that whether my account will be hacked, but it is 100% possibilities are there. If your algorithms of data mining is very strong, then it might not be possible. But there is no assurance that cyber crime or cyber attacks may happen. So these kind of things it will be a very risky situation. Another thing is that the remote work and flexible work arrangement. As Professor Dhananjay Kumar sir has already said, that flexibility and the remote working arrangement during the COVID time. So COVID-19 pandemics has accelerated the trends towards the remote work and also the flexible work arrangement, that we have already we are used to work in different conditions. With the help, it will help COVID-19 pandemic situation has already increased our experience how to manage and adapt the situation. And this kind of flexibility and different kind of creativity has already generated in the entrepreneur's mind and individual's mind. So this kind of things also be help during that pandemic situation has already depends on the borderless business. Sometimes we are talking about borderless business. Basically, suppose I am a automobile manufacturing organization. My main objective is to produce a production of automobiles. But during pandemic situation, I'm thinking that I want to help some medical apparatus or say hand sanitizer. Okay, so it is an allied business, and we are thinking to support some healthcare healthcare commodities to help the citizens. So sometimes this kind of setup is also is a separate domain from my main domain. So this kind of business setup is also called be a borderless business. So another aspect, employee well-being and mental health also be help for that kind of things. So cloud computing, another aspect of technology. Cloud computing allows the business to store and access the applications over the internet. So while this can improve the flexibility and reduce the cost, it also raises the concern about the data security and compliance with the regulations. So in this respect, nowadays a chat GPT, sometimes it is a very big question, says a chat GPT is coming up in the open AI source. If we give the any kind of things, any kind of statement and our query, the artificial intelligence with the help of that that kind of algorithms, so answer will come out from that kind of thing. The thing is that AI versus artificial intelligence versus human intelligence, the question is this, whether productivity will increase or productivity will decrease. Creativity will increase or creativity will decrease. Everything, if we get very ready-made product, then after 15 years, after 20 years, what kind of human thinking will reduce? Creativity will reduce. It is a very big question in the near future. But obviously, it is a very positive sign that it will reduce the time to get the information. So in the conclusion, that technology is both an emerging issues and a prospect in business, while there are challenges to overcome the situation, such as the ethical concern, security, business, different technological aspects will have to competitive advantage in the market. So as we continue to innovate and develop new technologies, we must ensure that we do so in an ethical and responsible way to maximize the benefit, maximize the productivity of the organization, and while minimizing the risk. So in my discussion, so I thank you very much to our organizer for inviting me to share my overall thoughts on these aspects and share with you in this open forum. And thank you very much. Over to Madam.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Roy and Dr. Kumar. Both of you have been excellent in your presentation. I just request Moshimi Madam to kindly proceed with the paper presentation. But before that, I would like to express my big sense of gratitude to both the speakers who have been wonderful in their own approach. Professor Kumar and Professor Roy, both of you were excellent in your presentation, and this was a unique approach towards the presentation. What I have observed, the entire discourse till now in the entire conference had been excellent, and you people are the contributor towards making this program a great success. From the part of the chair, I extend my heartiest thanks to both the honored speakers. As one as a keynote address, Professor Dhananjay Kumar, and again Dr. Nilanjan Roy, who is my elder brother, whom I always admire. Thank you, both of you, and I request Madam Chatterjee to kindly go ahead with the paper presentation. We have 5 papers here, and I request you to call out name one by one and give them a time of 5 minutes plus 1 minute for the wrap up. Not more than that, because because exactly at 4 we have another session, so we have to complete the entire presentation prior to 4. So make it a point that the presentation is over by 4 p.m. so that we can allow this to others like Professor Ananda Mohan Pal to take over the charge of the next session, where Avigyan Bhattacharya will be speaking on the issue. Thank you, both of you, and Madam, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lalit Joshi, and thank you to both our dignitaries, Dr. Dhananjay Kumar and Dr. Nilanjan Roy, for such a beautiful presentation. Thank you, sir. Now we will be moving on to our paper presentation. First, we have Dr. Anil Kumar Batham from DSMNAR University, Lucknow, and he will be presenting his paper on the title, A Study of Digital Marketing in the Tourism Industry. Dr. Anil Kumar Batham. I'm requesting all the paper presenters to be ready with their presentation. And as our chairperson of this technical session once said, you will be getting a time of 5 minutes and 1 minute for conclusion. So, Dr. Anil Kumar Batham, please. I'm requesting the technical team to please reach Mr. Dr. Anil Kumar Batham.
Now, one more thing is there. Even the technical team is to unmute Saurashish Roy, who has entered through HOD Business Administration. So I request to do that as well.
Okay. Technical team, please take care of it. And please unmute Dr. Anil Kumar Batham for a first presentation. And he will be presenting on the topic, a study of digital marketing in the tourism industry.
Dr. Anil, you can unmute yourself. I have made you the co-host of the meeting. Could you please check? And I have also made co-host to HOD Business Administration.
Yes, sir.
Check it, sir.
Yes, yeah, Professor Saurashish, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Saurashish?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay.
Dr. Anil Kumar Batham, please start your presentation. Can you hear me?
Dr. Anil, could you please unmute yourself? Dr. Anil?
Dr. Anil Kumar Batham from DSMNR University, Lucknow. Please unmute yourself and start the presentation.
Hello.
Yes,
Can
sir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dr. Anil, yeah, you are audible. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
my voice is audible to all.
Yes, yes, you are audible, sir. Please, please start.
Please continue, sir. Please make your presentation within
Yeah.
5 minutes
Yeah,
because
sure,
we are
sure.
running short of time.
Actually, I'm presenting my PPT. It is seen by all.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks to everybody who give me the opportunity to present my paper. And the topic is a study of digital marketing in the tourism industry. So first of all, I want to tell you what is the digital marketing. There are two types of marketing. One is conventional, which is know very well. We require infrastructure. We require peoples to start business. But online marketing is totally different. Online marketing includes all efforts of marketing that utilize electronic devices. If we talk about the definition of online marketing is simply sell product or services via internet. So we try to get customers in different way. We maintain customers, new customers, maintain them and developing relationship with help of digital media. The quality of information is key to every successful business. As we know, data scientists are very popular term nowadays. Why? Because they are indulged to extract information, more and more information about the customers, about the potential customers. And it is possible with help of digital marketing. Digital channels such as search engine like Google, social media like you can say Twitter, you can say Facebook and other websites to connect with current and potential customers. If we talk about more things, the people spend more time. Nowadays, people spend more time online, whether they are at home, school, or waiting for train. Everywhere, they keep mobile, they keep online all time. Online marketing is a strategy where company or brand digitally communicate with the customers. Online marketing simply, it involves two main things. First, digitally connect to other person via internet, via other social media platforms. And the most important thing is marketing strategy involves marketing intelligence, promotion, public relations, product, customers, and management, and so on. All thing is done with help of digital marketing. And it we can say our the objective of this paper is to understand what is the concept of digital marketing and what is the new trends available in digital marketing in aspects of tourism industry. And the total entirely paper is based on secondary data. We have observed so many published and unpublished material. I just go through so many websites and we take collect information, valuable information for to complete this presentation. A strategy, agar if we want to make a successful tourism industry, so we require some we require to make some important strategies, just like email marketing. It is a time to not only connect, not only generate customers, it is time to maintain customers continuously. And it is possible by email marketing. Whenever you go any shops, just like a Tanishq, and you buy something, and where he take your all information, and sometimes he will connect you regularly. Why? Because it is a part of digital marketing. He wants to maintain relations for long term. Email marketing is an important tools and very cost effective method. Second is affiliating marketing, social media marketing. Now Facebook, Twitter, it provides a lot of product information, service information, and search engine marketing, and also influence marketing. Influence marketing, where we hire celebrities and he promote that product with help of internet, with help of social medias. In other, if we talk about India and Association of Tourism Trade Organization, which was held in Kerala, and two important points raised in their association. First, The role and potential of technology, social media and smartphone apps in growth of travel and hospitality. Undoubtedly, technology, social media platform, and smartphone are playing significant role in tourism industry. Why? 65% of Indian travelers booking trips on digital platform. Those are Indians, so we can say they are passionate about to search destinating places, to search how to reach there, and it is possible only by digital marketing. Second, the most important point raised in the Association of Tourism Trade, that is, they are creating online travel story on YouTube channel and Instagram. And undoubtedly, it helps for tourism industry how to elaborate, how to exploit more and more customers via digital marketing. Now, next important thing, reason of using digital marketing in tourism. Why we are using digital marketing? Whether there is no doubt, in 1st of July.
Please conclude, sir.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. I will go to the conclusion part of my paper. Online marketing has totally changed the way of how product and services we are promoted in 21st century. That's the main important. We are not applying the traditional way of promoting a product. The first challenge of online marketing is to acquire more and more customers, to maintain relations. Content marketing, engaging the communities to provide best possible gateway to the client. Here, the new term is developed in digital marketing, that is customized advertisement. They send customized emails, customized offers to the customers, so that they literally join every time. And last, I will quote some important information. Online marketing has a huge availability of information. If you want to go to Goa, and how will you reach there? You will go through on the website and see all types of offers which are available, and it is possible only by digital marketing. So I'm conclude here.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar Batham.
Yeah. Ji. Hello.
Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. I have concluded my.
Thank you. Thank you. You can leave, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi, sir, can I proceed to the next paper, please? Next, we have Dr. Rupak Kormakar from Barashat College, and he will be presenting a paper on challenges and prospects of entrepreneurship development program in India, a study based on current scenario of entrepreneur. Dr. Rupak Kormakar, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, can you
Please start your presentation.
Just a minute. I share my screen.
Please start. Technical team, please help Dr. Rupak Kormakar. Dr. Rupak Kormakar is from Barashat College, and he will be presenting paper on challenges and prospect of entrepreneurship development program in India, a study based on current scenario of entrepreneurship. You can start, sir. You have 5 minutes in your hand.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. I share my PPT.
Yes, sir. Next, we have Rupesh Yadav from University of Bardhaman. Please be ready. Now, Dr. Rupak Kormakar from Barashat College is presenting. Thank you.
Just a minute, I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay. The rest of the paper presenters, please be ready with all the setup for presentation.
Can you share my?
Yes, sir, I can see it. Dr. Rupa Karmakar, please continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, respected professors, delegates, and viewers. Welcome to my presentation. I am Dr. Rupa Karmakar, faculty member in the Department of Commerce and Management at Barashat College. This afternoon, I am going to talk about the recent development of entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? The genesis of Indian entrepreneurship can be found there as early as Rigveda, where we found that metal handicraft was prevalent in the primitive society. It indicates that handicraft entrepreneurship in India is as old as human civilization itself. During their periods, the artisans flourished because they had royal patronage. The Karkhanas means workshop established, and the craftsmen formed an association which is called Guides. During the 18th century, product and craft were known all over the world because of their art. In Bengal, craft was known as Pura, Lucknow for Chintas, Ahmedabad for dupattas and dhotis, Nagpur for silk-broidered cloths, Kashmir for shawls, and Banaras for metalworks. After the independence in 1947, for the purpose of devising a scheme of achieving balanced growth, the government came forward with the first industrial policy in 1968, which was revised from time to time. There are two important measures were taken by the government towards the entrepreneurship. That is to encourage the tempo and of industrialization by spreading entrepreneurship from the existing center to other cities, towns, and villages. To facilitate the entrepreneurship acumen concentrated in a few dominant communities to a large number of industrial potential being a very social sector. From this article has drawn objectives that to analyze the different entrepreneurship program in India, to analyze the challenges faced by the entrepreneurs in India, analyze the roles of different states in India on the view of entrepreneurship program. From this article, I draw from methodology. This study analyzed the challenges and prospects of entrepreneurship according to the structured questionnaires made by the researcher and also several reports collected from different sources. The respondents of the questionnaire are youth generation entrepreneurs and small and medium businessmen. Total 10 questions have been considered in the questionnaire, and the variables there are the analytical technique of factor analysis and various descriptive statistics. The results show the overall condition of entrepreneur program and its impact on employment and also challenges regarding entrepreneurs in India. Here
Please
the key
conclude, sir.
activities.
Please
Okay.
conclude, sir.
Okay, the result is that that we get data. We get the Convac alpha measures. The Convac alpha is 7.73. That 0.7 or higher is considered acceptable, and KMO is also considered here, and the factor table also here. Thus, I conclude my session that entrepreneurship in India is not a new concept. It is an unseparated part of our culture. It is deeply adorned in our culture and thus being instrumental in diffusion various business communities in our country. It could see that it's entrepreneurship that distinguishes the developed economy from a developing one. The government in India become tighter to promote entrepreneurship. In our survey, it has been seen that entrepreneurs face several problems such as financial, educational, unemployment, etc. Those problems are coming from the grassroots level. As a result, a nation like India with youth with has to make several studies in order to make entrepreneurship even more economical option. The effort of the government to promote startup and yielding positive result as India stands for globally in having the maximum number of
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rupa Kormakar. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I'm inviting Rupesh Yadav from University of Bardhaman, and he will be presenting his paper on efficiency of managing working capital in Power Finance Corporation Limited and empirical assessment.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Please start.
My PPT is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is visible. Please start.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper over here. My title of my paper is Efficiency of Managing Working Capital in Power Finance Corporation Limited and Empirical Assessment. And the objective of my study is to analyze the efficiency of managing working capital of the company and its components, and to ascertain the status of the overall working capital management efficiency of the company, and to measure the extent of relationship between the efficiency of managing the selected components of the working capital and profitability of the company. And the last one is to examine whether there was any significant relationship between the efficiency of overall working capital management of the company and its profitability. And the methodology of the study is the data of the study collected from the secondary sources, that is capital and corporate database. And the period of the study is 2019 to 2021. And while analyzing the data, simple statistical tools like mean, consistency coefficient, statistical techniques like such as Spearman rank correlation coefficient, time series analysis, and statistical tests like t-test were used at appropriate places. This table denotes the ratios indicating efficiency of working capital management of Power Finance Corporation Limited. And this table shows the comprehensive rank of the years of the different ratios, and this table shows the correlation between the profitability and selected working capital management efficiency indicators of Power Finance Corporation Limited. This table indicates the correlation between the profitability and efficiency of managing working capital of Power Finance Corporation Limited. And the conclusion of my study is an insignificant positive trend in the overall efficiency of managing working capital of Power Finance Corporation Limited was found in the first half of the study period, and a noticeable declining trend in it was observed in the second half of the study period. The credit management and cash management of the company were responsible for the above mentioned result, as the inefficiency of both the credit and cash management stepped up significantly in the second half of the study period. And the second concluding observation is the efficiency of managing working capital of the company was highest in the year 2013-14, and it was followed by these years. And the last one is the working capital management of the company failed to establish any notable association with its profitability during the study period. And these are the references of my study. And thank you, ma'am. I have completed.
Thank you. Thank you for the short and to the point presentation. Thank you for all the cooperation. Next, we have Rupa Yadav from New Alipur College, and ma'am will be speaking on company risk analysis in selected pharmaceutical companies in India and application of Burgess model. Rupa Yadav from New Alipur College. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you. I'm sharing my PPT with you all.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope my screen is visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. First of all, I would like to wish a very good afternoon to the one and all present here, respected chairpersons, Sir Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi and Mosami Madam. I am Rupa Yadav, working as Assistant Professor of Commerce at New Alipur College. I would like to convey a heartfelt thanks to the DSMS College for providing me the platform to present my paper. And the topic of my presentation is company risk analysis in the selected pharmaceutical companies in India, an application of purchase model. My entire presentation is divided into 6 sections, starting with the introduction, followed by a review of existing literature, objective methodology, result and discussion, and concluding observation. And due to the paucity of time, I would skip the literature review part and result and discussion part. So I would like to give a brief introduction regarding the topic. As business firm today at all the time do undertake risk owing to the threat from its economical, social, political, and natural environment, where they are embedded and struggle to grow and exist. So managing risk of a company is essential to mitigate instability in its earning capability and to enhance the value of its shareholder. And business risk stems from the dispersion of the company's operating profitability, and the class and size of this business risk depends upon several factors, and these factors are divided into 3 categories: the economy-specific factor, industry-specific factor, and company-specific factor. The first 2 factor, which is the economy and industry-specific factor, is totally impossible for a company to have control over. So in this study, I'm only going to discuss the third factor, the analysis of third factor, which is company risk analysis. And this company risk analysis depends upon 3 factors. These the important of which are the inconsistency in the cost behavior pattern, volatility into the revenue generating capability, and inconsistency in short-term debt paying capability. And these 3 weakness of a company leads to the cost structure risk, capital productivity risk, and liquidity risk. And these 3 are the component of the company risk. So in this study, I'm going to analyze these 3 components of the company risk along with the company risk. So if we talk about the methodology of the study, I think I should discuss the objective of the study first, then I should go to the methodology part. So the first objective of the study is to assess the component of company risk, such as liquidity risk, cost structure risk, and capital productivity risk. Then to measure the company risk of each of the companies under study and to ascertain the status of each of them in respect of company risk. The third objective is to analyze the nature and extent of the relationship between the company risk and return of the selected company. And the last objective is to investigate the effect of company risk on return of the companies under study. If I discuss the methodology part,
ma'am.
Okay. So the result, what we get from the analysis of those risks is that the present study reveals that 40%, 53%, and 40% of the selected pharmaceutical companies in India were placed in the category of liquidity risk, cost structure risk, and capital productivity risk above the Indian pharmaceutical industry average, and 53, 47, and 60% of the selected ones were able to keep themselves below the Indian pharmaceutical industry average. The highest instability in both the liquidity and capital productivity front were observed in Ajanta Pharma and Sun Pharma, occupied the first rank in respect of volatility in the cost structure front during the study period. Similarly, Aurobindo Pharma was placed on the last bench by capturing the 15th rank in respect of cost structure and capital productivity risk, whereas the Torrent Pharma enjoyed the least risk in respect of the liquidity front during the period under study. Another notable outcome of the study is that strong evidence of uniformity among the liquidity risk cost structure and capital productivity risk of the selected company was noticed during the study period. The net outcome derived from the analysis of the interrelationship between the company risk and return on capital employed as made in this study using 3 correlation measures provide a strong evidence of negative relationship between
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
company risk and return. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am,
Thank you.
for the presentation. Sorry, we all are bounded.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hope you all can understand. Next, we have Dr. Brajesh Kumar from DGU Government College, Varanasi, and he will be presenting a paper on a topic, a comprehensive view on artificial intelligence and its implementation in human resource management. Dr. Brajesh Kumar, sir, can you hear me? Dr. Brajesh Kumar, can you hear me? Technical team, please help him.
Yes, ma'am.
Technical team, please unmute him.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Sir,
Good
please start
afternoon to
your
all of you.
presentation.
May I share my PPT?
Please share and continue.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, sir. Please continue.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Brajesh Kumar. I am presenting here my paper titled A Comprehensive View on Artificial Intelligence and its Implementation in HRM. Due to lack of time, I am skipping this introduction. Objective of the present study. Objective of my study is as follows: to elaborate the concept and history of artificial intelligence, to overview the literature and find out the need and applications of the artificial intelligence in HRM, to study the challenges of human resources while using artificial intelligence. And last one is to study the impact of artificial intelligence on various occupations in future. Methodology that I have used. The information is gathered from sources like research articles, papers, and reports disseminated by the various authorized agencies around the world about artificial intelligence and its use in human resource management. The entire paper is the learning outcomes from the various mentioned references. Thus, descriptive research design is used to assess the knowledge and try to elaborate the best possible way to present the valuable information. Applications of artificial intelligence in HR and related functions. In recruitment, the use of artificial intelligence integrated system will help to speed up the recruitment process with zero
Please
human
conclude,
intervention.
sir. Please conclude. Please conclude, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Integration of HR practices will with artificial intelligence based applications. Applicants definitely has a stronger impact in enhancing the organizational performance. Even though AI applications may not possible the ability like human, the emotions and cognitive ability, but these powerful artificial intelligence based HR applications can analyze, predict, diagnose, and it is powerful resource for any kind of organization. But the real fear is that is dotting the global workforce is how artificial intelligence is showing its impact in job cutting across various sectors throughout the world. But the reality is that it is not the advanced technologies
Thank you, sir.
that are displacing people.
Thank you, Dr. Brajesh Kumar. Hope you can understand our situation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the paper presenters of technical session 1. Now we are moving to technical session 2. For technical session 2, our chairperson is Professor Dr. Ananda Mohan Pal, Professor, Department of Business Management, University of Calcutta, and Dr. Abhigyan Bhattacharya, Professor and Head, Department of Management, Northeast Hill University, Tura Campus, Meghalaya, will be delivering the keynote address. First, I just want to introduce Dr. Ananda Mohan Pal, sir. He got more than 39 years of experience in teaching. He is currently working as professor in the Department of Business Administration. He is also the member of Senate Faculty Counseling PhD Research Advisory Committee and HRD Advisory Committee of Calcutta University. Many scholars are doing their PhD under sir's guidance, and he got so many involvement in research and development field. We are honored to have you here, sir, as the chairperson of technical session 2. And I just want to, thank you, sir. I just want to introduce Professor Abhigyan Bhattacharya. Sir is presently working as professor and head of Department of Management, Northeast Hill University, Tura Campus, Meghalaya, with an additional charge of placement and counseling cell and entrepreneurship and skill promotion center at Tura Campus, Meghalaya. He has produced 6 PhD scholars so far, and 6 more are doing their PhD under him. His interest and research include HR, strategic management, entrepreneurship, and rural marketing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us today in this international e-conference. We are privileged to have both of you. Now I would like our chairperson, Dr. Ananda Mohan Pal, to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Professor Mousumi Chatterjee, for this elaborated introduction. And thank the organizers of the institute and the organizing team for the title of this seminar or conference is Emerging Issues in Management. Now, 10 years back, 20 years back, 30 years back, there were emerging issues at that time. But now, at the present time, that emerging issues has far more heavier, huge implications, because this time is a critical time. It is the juncture of the 2 geological epochs. One geological epoch was continuing Holocene. Now we are moving to Anthropocene. Anthropocene meaning that it is the geological epoch where human activities can change the planet. It is accepted as that epoch where human activities can change the planet. And at the same time, this time, it is the juncture of Industry 3, that is computer revolution, industrial revolution through computer, and the combination of industrial revolution 4 and 5. 4 focusing on smart production and 5 on values, focusing people. The planet is materially affected, is recognized, materially affected by human activities, be it a mass extinction of biodiversity, be it climate change, global warming, or be it the ecological footprint of our activities eating up the biocapacity at a rapid rate, not at sustainable footprint is not in that way sustainable. And industrial revolution on the other aspect, where we are in that turmoil or in that change, facing that critical challenges. This industrial revolution from IT in service sector, clearly. IT was applied, but in service sector. Now it is in industry fourth revolution. The production, tangible production is going to be digitized. Along with that, another revolution is also included, attached with Industrial Revolution 4, that is value-based, purpose-based initiatives, investment or entrepreneurship or production, whatever, that would be based on certain values, focusing on the society, focusing on the people. With this, I would just adding some another 2 or 3 words, that the emerging issues at this juncture is like sailing on the tsunami. It is such a force that these emerging issues are not emerging from management. Rather, management would be facing the challenges from these emerging issues. That background I have already given you, two distinct things, and if you take them together, that would be, one is application of AI, fintech, or all this kind of deep learning, machine learning, IoT, and these application would be on the tangible production system for smart production. And on the other way, it is production sector. On the other way, you have to look at the planet. That is due to Anthropocene. We have to give our focus or our attention, our responsibility towards the planet. At the same time, Industrial Revolution 5 would be focusing on the people. Thus, people, planet, and production, everything would be affected by this huge change. And in this background, we have the keynote speaker, Professor Abhigyan Bhattacharya, and I request him, and I am handing over this to the coordinator, Professor Mousumi Chatterjee, to just contact Professor Abhigyan Banerjee, and we are waiting for his speech, keynote address.
Thank you, Dr. Anandamohan Pal, sir, for your valuable words. Now I would like to invite Dr. Abhigyan Bhattacharya, sir, to please address us. And sir will be speaking on the topic Artificial Intelligence and Analytics in Business. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us today.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this honor to speak something as a keynote in this August platform. May I know how much time do I have for this? How much time would you allot me?
20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, esteemed organizers and valued participants, delegates, those who are present in this academic platform, this particular conference, rather this through online, which we are congregated here, it gives me immense pleasure to bring forth some of the points which definitely you all are acquainted with, as my previous resource person sir has already given some emphasis on the gamut of artificial intelligence, the machine learning, for example, then Industry 4, then Industry 5, you see, the various aspects that are very much part of emerging issues in management. And my deliberation also is on artificial intelligence and analytics in business. The reason for which I have taken up this is because this is very much in the offing and it's contemporary, and we cannot do without these aspects, that is artificial intelligence, so be it the case analytics, machine learning, for example. So I'll try to be very precise within this 20 minutes time frame. Now it's 10 minutes past 4. So I'll try to wind up within 30 minutes past 4. So thank you once again. So the technological environment, which consists of the innovations, techniques, and the organized knowledge of the way of doing things. You see, the modern business is characterized by newer and ever-changing technological developments. And this calls for the technological perspective in management and the need to recognize and anticipate technological changes. And the technological changes result in a modification in products as well as services and in the way they are produced and marketed. So the managers must therefore, grasp as far as the proper understanding of these aspects in the technological context. So some of the points worth mentioning as far as the technology is concerned is that technological development tends to increase the aspirations and expectations. It develops the concept of a competitive environment among the manufacturers and suppliers. The most important challenges as far as the present day managers are concerned are to identify and predict the ever developing new technology. And therefore, it is the responsibility of the managers to keep pace with the changes in technology and grab the opportunity to make the business a success. Well, despite widespread optimism and some early success, the applications of artificial intelligence in management remain very limited to a relatively small subset of mostly routine decisions. And the key to understanding the promise and challenges of the artificial intelligence in management is the focus in the problem of delegation of decisions by managers to artificial intelligence. So consider the problem of delegation in mergers and acquisitions by companies where decisions may imply legal and ethical concerns that are best deliberated by the managers. Here, the artificial intelligence will provide input to human decision making while the manager will remain in the driver's seat. So in effect, artificial intelligence substitutes individual decisions or tasks rather than entire positions, thereby complementing rather than substituting management decisions. Moreover, both humans and artificial intelligence have relative strengths, where humans excel in intuition, empathy, broad judgment, and complex reasoning. Hence, for companies to benefit from artificial intelligence, the focus needs to shift towards promoting a full or partial delegation of decisions that augment the particular manager. But the development of new technologies, such as the mobile, the internet, while on the other hand, these sorts of financial crises and the economic development supported with the changing needs and behaviors of customers are still putting a heavy pressure on the economy of the world, on countries, as well as their budget deficits, on financial services, and on business, particularly regard to the profitability and revenue sides of the financial tables. So the most recent episode of global economic instability, which we have witnessed during 2008-9, has hastened humanity's transition to a new age by having significant repercussions and effects on the state of the world economy. Say capital movements and cash flows, especially to emerging countries via risk capital funds, business angels, non-banking financial institutions such as microfinance, mobile operators boosted new entrepreneurships, small and medium enterprises, and most of all, innovation and more researchers and companies and industries. So these growth in the monetary base and the, as far as the issuance is concerned, regarding money, all across the developed as well as the G20 countries are exponentially growing. And the so-called digital age, which we say, which was, you see, ushered in by the proliferation of internet and mobile technologies, has caused businesses to open up shop online and mobilize their customer bases, governments to launch e-government initiatives, and financial institutions to present themselves on tablets, mobile phones, and social media platforms. So these changes have been brought about by the digital age. And the massive shift towards conducting a new kind of business known as e-business, which includes e-signatures, for example, e-invoices, e-commerce, the internet, mobile banking, the e-payments, has resulted in increased productivity in both corporate and personal spheres of life. So with the assistance of e-business environments, business process re-engineering has shifted from the industrial age into the digital age by streamlining as much of the word processes as possible. On the other hand, due to the fact that the quantity of information keeps growing larger and larger on a daily basis, business environments have begun to conduct analysis of big data and simultaneously implement the CRM systems. Although the digital age, along with other sciences such as mechatronics, nanotechnology, genetics, and so on, is a step towards space economics. Certain other advancements are going to change business and economics directly or indirectly more than developments. So the robotics as well as the artificial intelligence are the names given to these types of technological advancements. To quote McKinsey in 2015, you see, the industrial revolution and subsequent mechanization were primarily responsible for ushering in the industrial age as far as United Kingdom is concerned. So at the beginning of the 20th century, production and the supply side of the economy, which is derived from production and a significant impact on both the business world and the economic landscape. The development of mechanization of the industrial age had an impact on the production factors such as capital, entrepreneurship, workforce, and land. As a result of this developments, the lifestyles, education, financial management, and business practices all underwent significant transformations. So the need for higher education has arisen as a result of this increased level of information, decisions, and quality of the workforce that has been brought about as a result of the, of bringing white collars and management to the forefront of the agenda in an effort to solve new issues and problems. Workers, in order to be at the same working time at factories or production lines, have begun to live in housing estates, large buildings, or complexes which directed lifestyle to live in cities rather than villages. So these type of living arrangements, which we commonly call as urbanization. So to quote Davis in '62, the changes in buying attitudes and social behaviors have occurred as a result of increases in wealth, wages, as well as wealth. So for instance, depreciation of allowance of the machines and production lines, calculation of the return on investment of these production lines, right? So all these things have led to the new definitions in accounting, and additionally, new avenues have also opened up in the fields of business and economics as a result of developments in robotics and artificial intelligence, which also have sociological and societal repercussions as well as changes in lifestyle. You see, Robini and Stiglitz, they discuss the potential outcomes and repercussions of these effects. So in addition to these, the most recent World Economic Forum, if I quote, in 2015, and the papers have recently begun to be published to the same subject. So one of the obvious effects will be an increase in the unemployment rate across the board in the economy. So regarding this effect, the commercial side of things will also be affected by hiring or purchasing of new robots, the majority of which will most likely have some form of artificial intelligence in competition to their first movers. So these conceptual and high aspects, you see, which we have just gone through, and most recent facts, you see, that are still shaping economics, business and finance, are some of the important aspects which definitely we should have to take note of. So, you see, the disruptive changes and impacts as well as results on industries, management functions, and economies, theories and visionary perspectives. So these changes and impacts may or may not occur in the near future. But you see, the innovative and forward-looking approach to thinking is very, very poignant. So the future is inextricably linked to one's ability to imagine and speculate, despite the fact that the majority of the arguments still up for debate or may no longer hold water in light of many contemporary researches. So artificial intelligence and analytics, AI and A, continue to transform organizational activities across private, public, and not-for-profit sectors. Organizations are keen to harness the transformational power of artificial intelligence and analytics to achieve game-changing results such as efficient and resilient supply chains. So also enhanced customer experiences, better decision-making, better public services, dynamic B2B marketing practices, improved selection, prioritization, and management of software development projects and product innovations. So understanding how organizations use artificial intelligence and analytics to generate actionable insights that create business and social value is critical to sustaining a competitiveness as far as the modern, you see, the world is concerned. So at the same time, artificial intelligence and analytics affects the way that people work, as it has both augmented, as you see, as far as the people work concerned, it has both augmented and automated human activities. It enables human and artificial intelligence partnerships. So as such, it be embedded smoothly in organizations and societies overall. Reskilling, training, and several organizational and cultural changes are required for this. So such disruptions, coupled with the growing awareness of the dark side of artificial intelligence related, for example, inequalities, social exclusion, and fear that artificial intelligence will take over the world, call for reflections on the ethical applications and governance. So artificial intelligence and analytics has created a new stream of research in retail, banking, HR advertising, health, startups, fintech, manufacturing, supply chains, and so forth. And evidently, there are several scientific efforts that theoretically discusses artificial intelligence and analytics. Topics such as, you see, how artificial intelligence and analytics is used in organizations, what is its value, how it affects employees, how it is being regulated, ethical issues around artificial intelligence are the most prominent aspects which we need to ponder. However, today in academia, more than ever, there is an increasing need of presenting how practitioners and organizations perceive, track artificial intelligence and analytics, which has created a new stream of research in retail, banking, HR, as I've already said, advertising, health, startups, fintech, manufacturing, supply chains, etc., etc. And evidently, there are several scientific efforts that theoretically discusses artificial intelligence and analytics. So I should conclude because the time is hardly 4 minutes left. So as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, it is proving to be very essential for the success of many organizations and one of the most impactful technologies of the 21st century. So it has facilitated a fourth industrial revolution, if I may quote Ray and Thomas in 2019, and continues to develop rapidly. So the introduction of artificial intelligence in organizations still remains associated with numerous challenges affecting the potential sustainable competitive advantage that is supposed to provide. And most of these challenges are related to the disruptive potential of artificial intelligence. And indeed, the integration of human and machine intelligence requires organizations to review their practices in decision-making, organizational learning, and issues that fall into the managerial domain. So by modifying potential sources of competitive advantage, the adoption of artificial intelligence first requires managers to develop new skills to stay relevant and an artificial-based competitive environment. So artificial intelligence effect on organizations may cause changes to managerial tasks and related skills, as well as newly needed qualifications. So I'd like to conclude by quoting Frey and Osborne in 2017. They estimate that there is a 25% probability that artificial intelligence will eventually replace general managers. Okay? And Huang and Rust in 2018, in one of their researches, they see artificial intelligence replacing jobs at the task level. So with this challenge in front of us, I'd like to conclude my speech. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhigyan Bhattacharjee, for enlightening us on the topic Artificial Intelligence and Analytics in Business. Thank you, sir, for your time and giving the consent for joining this international e-conference. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
And with your permission and Dr. Ananda Mohan Pal sir's permission, we would like to continue with the paper presentations of technical session 2, concurrent session 1. Ananda Mohan Pal sir,
yes.
Are you there?
I just want to thank Professor Abhigyan Bhattacharjee for this overall comprehensive discussion of artificial intelligence with and the position of the management and managerial staffs regarding the recent development of Industrial Revolution 4.
Thank you,
then,
thank you.
Welcome. And I just request Mousumi that you just may invite the who are on the line. I am not sure. So 13 papers I have found, and they are on different
10 papers
topics.
are there, sir.
Okay, see you one by one. You please ask them to present, make
Okay.
their presentation.
Okay. Okay.
In that-
Good evening, sir. Sir, good evening, sir.
Oh, Professor Joshi. Yes. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, just I have to chair the another session, that is concurrent session 2. You are continuing with the chairing session, concurrent session 1. So once again, thank you, sir. As it is, it is being jointly organized by the University Department of Business Administration and the college. So thank you very much for chairing this session and continuing to chair this concurrent session 1. Sir.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I have seen your name on that, and I thought that you are continuing there. And
no, I will join.
yes.
I was here only, and I will join that session now. After thanking you, now I'm joining. With your permission, sir, I'm joining the another
Yes,
session
yes, yes.
there.
Indeed,
Thank you, sir.
indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Sir Mousumi Chatterjee,
Yes, sir.
you please one by one call
Yes,
them, and
yes.
at the
Sure,
end
sir.
I may only pass certain remarks, not for individual presentation. After the end of all the presentations,
Okay.
if I have time, then I will discuss.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now we will start our paper presentation for technical session 2, concurrent session 1. So I'm requesting all the paper presenter, 10 paper presentation are there in this session. So I'm requesting all of them to be ready with their presentation, and you will get a time of 5 minutes. And after 5 minutes, I will just knock you to conclude. All the presenters' support is needed. First, we have P.U. Banerjee from Khandra College, and she will be presenting a paper on the magnitude of communication in business management. So, P.U. Banerjee, ma'am, are you there? P.U. Banerjee, ma'am, from Khandra College, are you there? Technical team, can you please check?
No, actually, she is not present.
Okay. Thank you. So we are moving on to the second presenter, that is Sohini Basu Roy from Kingston School of Management and Science, Kolkata, and she will be presenting a paper on HRM trends in hospitality industry. Sohini Basu Roy from Kingston School of Management and Science, please start your presentation.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be
good.
starting with my presentation. I'll be sharing my screen. Just give me a moment for that.
Thank you. Please start.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please start.
Oh, okay. Fine. My topic for today is HRM trends in hospitality industry, and I'll be talking shortly on this. So let us first introduce what is this HRM trends in the hospitality industry all about. HRM is human resource management, which is a very important and critical component for any organization. So hospitality industry is also no exception, and it has a very significant power over this industry as well and over the years, because hospitality industry is a very human based industry, which is also a service industry. So we should explore the latest trends or HRM trends in this hospitality industry, and we can see in the future slide what are the trends which are going on in the hospitality industry right now. So first trend is the technology and automation. With the evolvement of AI in our daily life, technology has taken a toll over everyone's life, and so it has done in hospitality industry as well. So automation of the HR processes in hospitality industry, which involves recruitment, onboarding, training, it has become easier. Nowadays, many inputs in the front office department or in the HR department has made the hospitality industry easier, and it has made the functioning of various things very easy, and it has enhanced the employee experience and also helped to improve the communication, and the technology has also tried to smoothen very processes which was very rigid as earlier. Now we have the employee engagement and retention. So it becomes this technology or this HRM trend has try to create a very good environment for the workers or the employees who are working for the hospitality industry. They have tried to create a positive work environment from them that promotes what they are promoting: employee engagement and retention. And employee engagement surveys, rewards and recognition programs has also added to the training and development initiatives of the HR professionals in the hospitality industry. It helps to improve the engagement and their retention, because hospitality industry is an industry which has a high rate of turnovers, and the hotels and the restaurants are trying to create and control them. Now we have the diversity and inclusion. As we all know that hospitality industry is such a kind of industry where diverse or various kinds of people are working. So we should be very aware that the HRM trends are such that every people should feel included, or everyone should feel safe while working in this industry. So diversity and inclusion has also become hot topic nowadays in this hospitality industry after the various social movements, such as I have written like Black Lives Matter or the hashtag #MeToo. These are the various trending topics which are going on right now, and these in turn help to develop the HRM trends in hospitality industry. The HR professionals in the hospitality industry are now focusing on creating a diverse and inclusive workplace that values and respects employees of all backgrounds. And this also includes implementing diversity and inclusion training programs, developing diversity and inclusion policies, and actively recruiting candidates from various diverse backgrounds. Now we have the next topic, which is flexible work arrangements. Flexible work arrangements such as telecommuting and flexible scheduling have become very prevalent in the hospitality industry. HR professionals who are leveraging this technology, they are using this technology to enable remote work and flexible schedules, which can improve employee work-life balance and reduce turnover. Emphasis on health and safety. After this COVID-19, I think this health and safety has been a major issue or a major topic.
Please conclude.
Okay. Fine. My next slide was conclusion. The HRM in the hospitality industry has evolved significantly over the years, and HRM professionals are also now focusing on technology and automation, employee engagement and retention, diversity and inclusion, flexible work arrangements, and health and safety. These trends are critical to ensuring a positive employee experience and enhancing guest satisfaction in the hospitality industry. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sohini Basu Roy. Now,
yes,
it's time. We are moving to the next presentation by Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal from Durgapur Steel Plant. And sir will be presenting a paper on improving employee engagement in a public sector unit, a state-owned steel producing manufacturing industry in India. Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal, sir, are you there?
Dr. Mondal is not present, so I think we should move to the next part.
Okay. Next we have Anindita Bose, Dibjay Sen Bormon, and Dr. Sudipto Basu from Asansol Engineering College. And the presenter will be presenting a paper on factors influencing the consumer buying behavior in pharmaceutical industry, a review based on global context. Anindita Bose, ma'am, are you there?
Good evening, ma'am. I'm present.
Yeah, please start your presentation.
Ma'am, is this slide visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. A very good evening to one and all present here. We thank DSMS College Durgapur in collaboration with the Department of Business Administration of Kaji Nazrul University for giving us this golden opportunity for being a part of the International E-Conference on Emerging Issues in Management. I am Anindita Bose along with my co-authors Dibjay Sen Burman and Dr. Sudip Basu from the Management Department of Asansol Engineering College. I am going to present on the topic Factors Influencing Consumer Buying Behavior in Pharmaceutical Industry, a review based on global context. These are the chapters of our paper. Let us start with the introduction of our topic. The pharmaceutical industry is quickly expanding sectors that deals with the creation, manufacturing, and marketing of pharmaceuticals used as treatments for or mitigation of diseases. With increased health consciousness and outburst of deadly COVID-19, people tend to buy Ayurvedic medicines more in recent years. And this pandemic also led to the emergence of, better to say, popularity of e-pharmacy. Now, the study examines consumer attitudes toward purchasing various drugs and offers insight into how they behave. Next, we are going to discuss the review of existing literature. Now, due to the paucity of time, we are unable to present all the literature reviews. So here is a brief summary of some of the literature reviews. Now, various studies has been done till date, which studied the consumer buying behavior regarding Ayurvedic medicines, prescription and non-prescription drugs, OTC medicines, etc. And we are going to discuss the findings of all these studies in the further slides. Now, on the basis of the existing literature reviews, we have found the below mentioned research gaps. First, almost all the papers are providing pre-COVID insights into pharma industry, and therefore more studies after COVID-19 need to be done. Secondly, relatively few studies were done to study the consumer buying behavior in the pharmaceutical industry in the Indian subcontinent. And thirdly, even though there has been much research on green marketing, there are very few papers that have taken pharmaceutical green marketing into account. Now, on the basis of the research gaps, we have outlined the following objectives. Number one, to study the factors influencing buying behavior of consumers in pharmaceutical industry. Number two, to study the influence of marketing mix elements, that is product, price, place, promotion in the consumer purchasing behavior in the pharmaceutical sector. And thirdly, to provide some recommendations based on the study to improve consumer buying tendencies in the pharma sector. Next is the research methodology. Our research is descriptive in
Please
nature.
conclude, ma'am. Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Well, coming to the conclusion of our paper, as the industry evolves, it is important for pharmaceutical companies to keep up with the changing consumer preferences and behaviors, and the increasing demand for natural and sustainable products may lead to the development of more Ayurvedic medicines and cosmetics. Companies will need to focus on providing seamless online experiences to meet consumer expectations, and may also need to reevaluate their pricing strategies for the price-sensitive consumers. Also, the advancements in technology makes it crucial for pharmaceutical companies to invest in digital marketing and create personalized experiences for their customers. These are the references that we have used.
Thank you, ma'am.
And it is the ending. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. Next, we have Chitra Kisku, Shayan Mondol, Shubhayu Mitra, along with Dr. Sudip Basu from Asansol Engineering College, and the presenter will be presenting a paper on personalization in digital marketing across India, a literature review. Chitra Kisku, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Yeah, please start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening to respected dignitaries and everyone present here. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to DSMS College, Durgapur, in collaboration with Department of Business Administration, Kazi Nazrul University, Asansol, to provide us this splendid opportunity to be a part of this international e-conference on emerging issues in management. My name is Chitra Kisku, and my co-authors are Shayan Mandal, Shubhaya Mitra, and Dr. Sudip Basu. We are from Bachelors of Business Administration of Asansol Engineering College, and we are up with our presentation on the topic of personalization in digital marketing across India, a literature review. These are the following chapters. Now let's start with the introduction. Personalization marketing has its roots in the early days of direct mail marketing. With the advent of digital marketing, personalization has
interpreting Chitra. Just you have only 5 minutes time. You do not do that.
Okay.
You go for your objective methodology and analysis. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. The research methodology which we have used for our study is the secondary data were collected from extensive variety of books, journals, theses, articles, websites, and publications. For better understanding, data from multiple companies and also COVID-19 period were analyzed. On the basis of existing literature reviews, we have found the below mentioned research gaps. The studies did not discuss the growth of personalization in digital marketing during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. The studies did not reflect the negative effects of personalization in digital marketing on its customers concerned with the work interruptions. On the basis of our literature reviews, we have found the below mentioned objectives: to study the growth of personalization in digital marketing during and after the COVID-19, to discuss the customer's perspective concerned with the work interruptions they encounter. The findings of our study are the COVID-19 pandemic saw e-commerce make 10 years worth of growth in the lockdown period, extremely altering not only the present scenario of e-commerce but also the future. It was during the COVID-19 period in which this sector had shown immense growth in India. The study also found that while personalization in digital marketing is aiding in customer retention, but on the other hand, there is a few percentage of customers who find this marketing strategy as work interruption when done in an excessive way. Frequent emails, SMS, and calls sometimes interrupts the work of the customers, and for them, this is a turnoff. The suggestions and recommendations from our study are: companies must gain expertise in personalization strategy and must invest in personalization tools such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. Companies must ask for regular feedback from its customers. This helps the organizations to know how satisfied a customer is and the future scope of growth. Companies should make sure that the privacy of the customer.
Please conclude.
Okay. Now we have reached the conclusion of our study. To summarize our study on the topic of personalization in digital marketing across India, we discussed in detail about personalization and the factors that led to the growth of it in India. The COVID-19 and lockdown were a major factor which led the companies to gain customers in online platforms. Few percentage of customers found personalized marketing as work interruptions when done in an aggressive way. Hence, companies must collect and research relevant data from its customers to understand its customers in an effective way, keeping in mind their privacy concerns. Overall, personalization is going to have a brighter future in India in the coming years. And these are the references of our paper.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Sanjit Sarkar, research scholar from Kazi Nazrul University, and sir will be presenting a paper on efficacy of corporate governance in the present scenario of India, a study of select corporate sectors. Sanjit Sarkar, sir, are you there?
No, I think Mr. Sarkar is not there with us.
Actually, what I suggest that whoever paper presenters are present at this moment, they should raise their hand, and once they raise their hand, that would be known to us that whether he or she is present or not.
Okay, sir.
So shall we?
Just raise hands, all the paper presenters who have not yet to present. So you are finding some
Mohini Lal is there.
So
Sania Anam is there. Thank you. Somnath Mukurti. Yes. And Ekta Khasana. Yes. We have all the others. So can we just move on to the next presentation, sir?
yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, digital team, for all the help. Next, we have Sania Anam, Ankan Karmakar from Durgapur Public School, Raiganj, along with their mentor, Ranjan Banerjee from DSMS College, Durgapur. From both the students, I guess Sania Anam is presenting the paper, and we are happy to have a school student from Durgapur Public School who got their interest in this research field. We are happy to have you, Sania. and she will be presenting a paper on neurotourism, collaboration of neuroscience with tourism with DMAIC technology and automated marketing. Ma'am, please start your presentation. Please share your slide.
Ma'am, can you able
Yes.
to see that?
Yes, it is visible. Start your presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sani Anam from Durgapur Public School, Raiganj, and my topic is collaboration of neuroscience with tourism with DMAIC, technology and automated marketing. So before I say what we wanted to do, so let's start with some familiar terms. Neurotourism improve marketing methods of the tourism industry by analyzing the brain activities of tourists. So with the help of neurotourism, we can make people more interested towards the tourism places. So like by showing them some beautiful places and good facilities and good customer care. Automated marketing is a software that handles routing marketing tasks without the need for human action. So there's a lot of things what we have to do repeatedly in our daily work, and it's really waste a lot of time. But with the help of automated marketing, it really save our lot of time because automated marketing do the all work itself. Lean Six Sigma is a management approach which is used to eliminate the waste and the errors from the product and improve the output of the product with several technologies like DMAIC technology. DMAIC is an acronym that stands for 5 phases: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So we'll discuss it about later. Let's come to the observation on neurotourism. Observation on neurotourism helps a lot in business improvement. The initial step of every higher cognitive process is that the arising of requirement. Because whenever the requirement will arise, then the demand will be high and the benefit will be high. So the most important thing when a customer think to go outside, they look after some factors like their family size, children's, and the hygiene and clean place. So the most important thing we have to take in mind that the tourism place have to be clean. Now requirements. Marketing automation has 4 steps: data collection, data storage, data analysis, and fourth is an expertise in both the profession, computer science and business administrative, will be a perfect blend for this type of business administration. Now the implementation process by DMAIC technology is containing 5 phases: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. Define is used to understand the problem, and measure is quantify the problem, and analyze used to find the root of the problem, and improve, make the problem out and improve the output, and control, handle the newly production. So the suggestion is neurotourism is based on modern neuroscience tools such as EEG, electroencephalogram, which help to understand the brain signal of the human being, and ANN, artificial neural network, and should be integrated with neuromarketing to achieve desired result. So with the combine of all of this, we can reach at the business top. So coming to the conclusion, unconscious emotional and psychological responses are natural and must be studied in businesses. So all we understand is that with the help of neurotourism, we can understand people's minds and their wants. And when we can understand what they want, we can give them that. And they're interested towards our business industry will be higher. And when the demand will be higher, the benefit will be also higher. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you, Sania, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's good to see 2 school students, 10+2 students, presenting paper on this international e-conference. I want to congratulate their guide, Ranjan Banerjee sir, for encouraging both the students. It's good to see both of you and hope you will participate in our upcoming e-conferences also. Thank you, Sania and Ankur. Next, we have with us Mohini Lat and Dr. Pradipta Banerjee from Sidhu Kano Visha University. And Mohini Lat ma'am will be presenting a paper on a study on CSR practices of select Indian public and private sector companies towards women empowerment, a comparative study. Mohini ma'am, please start your presentation. Please unmute yourself. Technical team, please help her.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please share your
Thank you,
slide.
ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper, which is on a study
on CSR practices of select Indian public and private sector companies towards women empowerment, a comparative study. Without taking much time, I'm not going with the introduction and directly going with the problem statement. As we know, India is one of the most unequal countries in the world. There is an unequal distribution of wealth, jobs, education, opportunities, powers, and other among men, women, which had led lots of negative consequences in societies. As per the last iShare report, we have seen that Ministry of Education have said that gross enrollment ratio was found to be 49% only, whereas the current gender ratio of India is 77.2 is to 32.8. That is the ratio of male and female. From the above figures, we conclude that there exists gender disparity in our society, which is need to be fulfilled soon, and CSR could be a game changer to improve our country's economy. Through CSR, companies can raise awareness on women-related issues, conduct social programs to boost financial liberty for women, organize health checkup camps, and many more, since women are part of companies' environment. I'll not go to the much about the literature review. I'll just go for the research gap. The available literature made a contribution to having insights about women empowerment and CSR activities, but did not mention any comparison between CSR spending of private and public sector companies in India. The study were limited and they did not cover the CSR expenditures in brief. With this, we have tried to make this study elaborative to provide better insights and add light on CSR expenditures of private and public sector companies in context of women empowerment with actual figures which we have obtained from secondary sources for future researchers, academicians and corporates to the past and the current situation both, that is from 2014-15 to 2021, along with a comparison of CSR spending of private and public sector companies of India. Here, after going through the research gaps, we have obtained some of the research objectives. Along with it, we'll go to examine whether the select private and public sector companies contribute towards women empowerment through CSR or not, to analyze whether the select companies spending their CSR amount on regular basis or not, to study the total amount spent on women empowerment out of the total CSR spending by both private and public sector companies in India, to make a comparative analysis of CSR spending on women empowerment by select private and public sector companies. For database and methodology, we have collected.
You find the time. You skip that and find the results. What you have got.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So this is the observation for which I have selected the 5 private companies, which is the HUL, RIL, Wipro, ITC, and Tata Steel. Here we can see that total CSR contribution was 528.66 crores. And along with it, the table has showed that here we come up with private sector companies, CSR contribution towards women empowerment. Here we see the total is 58 crores.14. Then we go to the average CSR spending. So here it is clearly visible that private companies have contributed more in these 8 years as compared to public. Rest, we go that the total expenditure in the 8 years of women empowerment by the private and public sector, along with the total actual CSR. With that, I have taken out the percentage which is spent on women empowerment over the actual CSR. And here I conclude that private companies were playing a more significant role as compared to the public sector companies. and not all companies were complying with the CSR expenditures on annual basis towards women empowerment from 2014-15 to 2021-2022. Only 2 private sector companies, that is HUL and ITC, were spending annually towards women empowerment. Out of all the 10 select sample companies, HUL was the top CSR spender towards women empowerment, spending for 377.61 crores, and last CSR least CSR spender towards women empowerment among all the 10 companies was RIL, since it did not spend any amount specially towards women empowerment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mohini Lat, ma'am. Now we are moving on to paper presentation of Somnath Mukherjee, sir. He is presenting a paper.
Yes, ma'am.
He is the presenter, and along with Rahul Nondi and Dr. Pradipta Banerjee from Siddhu Kanu Biswa University. Somnath Mukherjee, sir, will be presenting a paper on the topic, the effect of macroeconomic variables on stock price indices in Indian stock market and application of ARDL bounds testing approach. Somnath, sir, please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, my PPT is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Present respected chairman and co-chairman of this technical session, and present my respected all other teachers, research scholars, students, and other participants. My topic is the effect of macroeconomic variables on stock price indices in Indian stock market and application of ARDL bound testing approach. This is a joint paper and jointly authored by myself and Rahul Nondi, Assistant Professor, Siddhu Kanu Biswa University, and Professor Dr. Pradipta Banerjee, sir, Siddhu Kanu Biswa University. Now, this is the outlay of my study, introduction and background, review literature, objectives and hypotheses, data methodology, and result interpretation of data and findings and conclusion. Now, why the stock market is selected? Because the stock market plays a very crucial role of the development of an economy, and it is also a mirror of economy. Now, it is at the front position of economic development in the globe. After the financial reform, and mainly after the global pandemic, a great change has been noticed in several sectors which are very vital for developing an economy. For example, financial sector, economic conditions, stock trading, method of investment, stock trading method and investment strategy, volatility of major macroeconomic variables like exchange rate, interest rate, consumer price index, M3, that is money supply, IIP, index of industrial production, etc. And in this study, I have selected only national stock exchange, that is Nifty 50 indices. Why the national stock exchange is selected? Because it is a higher trading volume than and higher liquidity than Bombay Stock Exchange. And after a rich body of literature, I have reviewed, and the objectives of my study is to assess the short-run and long-run relationship between Nifty 50 and selected macroeconomic indicators, and to examine the causal relationship between Nifty and Nifty 50 and selected macroeconomic indicators in this study. Data and methodology. Data and methodology part I have divided into 3 categories. That is descriptive summary and unit root test. First I have included database and its source, and the 3 categories are descriptive summary and unit root test, multiple regression, and other some diagnostics test, and co-integration and causality. Now, database is a secondary monthly structured and seasonally adjusted time series database has been considered in the study. Nifty 50 is dependent variable, and other is CPI, currency exchange rate, interest rate, consumer price index, money supply, and index of industrial production. And the time span is 2012 January to July 2022, 115 observations. And data source is all the data I have collected the Federal Reserve Bank economic research, that is Fred Lewis, and some data I have collected the OPEC site, and application software is Reviews 10 use 10 econometric software I have used. Now, this is the main methodology of this study, that is ARDL bound testing model. And in this model, this is a single equation. Hello, sir. Am I audible to?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please conclude.
Thank you, ma'am. ARDL bound testing, that is two-step. One is a long-run relationship between and upper bound and lower bound, and short-run and long-run causality in this model. And these are the alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3. These are the long-run coefficient, and beta 1, beta 2, beta 3 in this equation is the short-run equation. Now, due to shortage of time, findings and conclusion part. Firstly, the stationary is important. Data is stationary or not. ADF and PP, Augmented Dickey Fuller and Phillips Perron, confirm that the stationary at first difference, the time series data. And descriptive summary shows the mean value of Nifty 50 is very much higher, which indicates the performance of Nifty 50 is better than other indicators and other variables. The result of multiple regression analysis indicates that is selected variables are significant individually, except money supply, M3. And it is suggests that variable have a significant impact Nifty 50 return. And the ARDL bound testing approach, bound testing model confirm the no co-integrating association among the variable, because the F bound and T bound, both the upper bound and lower bound also not significant, and no need to further no consider the error correction model. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Somnath Mukherjee, sir, for your presentation. Next, we have Ekta Khasana. Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Kashpata Chauhan from Amity University, Noida, along with Dr. Vibhu Prasad Shahu, SGTV Khalsa College, University of Delhi. And Ekta Khasana ma'am will be presenting a paper on the topic, Investigation of Bank Liquidity of Macroeconomics and Bank Specific Determinants, a Panel Data Approach. Ekta Khasana ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a time. I'm just connecting
Okay,
myself.
please share your slide and continue.
Ma'am, my slide is visible to everyone?
No, ma'am.
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
Just give me a moment.
Technical team, please help her.
Ekta ma'am, I think you are already co-host, so please try to.
Sir, I'm trying.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah, it is.
Please start your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ekta Khasana. I'm a research scholar from Amity University, and the topic of my presentation is Investigation on Bank Liquidity of Macroeconomic and Bank-Specific Determinant, a Panel Data Approach. So, the significance of bank liquidity was highlighted in the global financial crisis 2008, and this crisis basically disclosed that there are various banks face challenges due to the insufficient liquidity, and this suggests that the adequate liquidity is critically significant for the effective operations of banks. So, bank liquidity is critically important for the success of the bank. So, it is also important to know what determinants impacts the bank liquidity. So our study investigates the impact of macroeconomic determinants along with bank specific determinants on Indian bank liquidity, and the study considered 50 banks for analysis purpose from 2008 onwards. The results was drawn by employing the GMM results was drawn by the GMM ABB model, and more precisely, the finding of this study indicates that liquid asset to total assets reveals a significant relationship with deposit capital, bank size, and net interest margin. And in case of macroeconomic, interest rate, weighted average call rate, and GDP has a significant relationship with bank liquidity. The another bank liquidity ratio, that is loan to total assets, have a significant relationship with asset management and net interest margin. And while in for the four macroeconomic variables, only the interest rate has a significant association with bank liquidity. The other independent variables like CRR, return on assets, net interest income, have insignificant influence on the liquidity ratio. The finding of would be significant for the bankers, regulators, and policymakers to manage the bank liquidity. And this study is useful for the other economies with a similar economic framework to India to improve their bank liquidity structures. So this is a literature review. So based on the literature review, we have identified a research gap. The first is very few studies have investigated net interest margin and CRR determinants that affects bank liquidity in India. The another is most of the study is focused on the liquid asset ratio as bank liquidity indicator. But this study also includes the loan to total asset as another liquidity indicators. Research objective. This study was carried out with the following objective: to inspect the impact of bank-specific and macroeconomic
Please
determinants.
go to the important slides and conclude, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, I will do that. So this is our model. Descriptive statistics, correlation matrix, results of GMM. So the results, these are the results of GMM. The results of GMM shows that instrument is valid through Sargent test, as the p-value of test is above the 0.5 in both cases, which validate the results of dynamic panel. Further, there is no autocorrelation in the data, which is specified by p-value in both models. For one model, that is liquid asset to total asset, deposit size, net interest margin, and GDP has positive relationship, while capital adequacy, interest rate, weighted average call rate, inflation have negative relationship, and return on asset, NII, that is net interest income, net interest margin,
Please
has
conclude, ma'am. Please
Okay,
conclude.
ma'am, sure. So basically, this study suggests that interest rate, net interest margins are the most significant indicators of liquidity, which affects both ratios of liquidity. And interest rate has a direct relationship with bank liquidity, as it increases or decreases the borrowing capacity of a banks. Further, net interest margin has a positive association with bank liquidity, and CRR has found to be insignificant on both liquidity ratio. Therefore, monetary policy makers revise the continuation of CRR as a monetary instrument for Indian banks. And so the current study is useful for other economies having a similar economic framework like India to improve their bank liquidity structure. And it should be noted that this study's findings are limited because the impact of bank ownership on liquidity was not taken into consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation, Ekta ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just a small announcement. Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal has joined us. So next he will be presenting his paper. Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal, PGM of Durgapur Steel Plant, and sir will be presenting a paper on improving employee engagement in public sector unit, state-owned steel producing manufacturing industry of India. Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal, sir, can you hear me? Technical team, please help him and unmute him.
Madam Chatterjee, actually, Gautam sir is not there. Dr. Mondal is not here in the meeting. Could you please check once again?
Okay, just give me some time. I would like to call our chairperson, Dr. Anand Mohan Pal, to please share few words with us regarding this entire paper presentation and technical session.
Wait. that GKM is present. GKM is not Gautam Mandal.
Yes, yes. GKM is Gautam Mondal, sir.
So in the people's list of 48, I am finding the name.
Yes, yes. GKM is Gautam Kumar Mondal. Technical team, please unmute him.
Yeah, I have unmuted.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal, Honorable AGM of Durgapur Steel Plant. Thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule and attending this international e-conference. Thank you, sir, for presenting a paper. Please go ahead with your presentation and share the slide. Can you hear me, sir? Gautam Kumar Mondal. Please unmute yourself. Technical team, please help.
Dr. Mondal, kindly unmute yourself. You have already been upgraded as co-host. Sir, your mic is not working. Dr. Mondal, no, your mic is not working. I think you are not audible, sir.
You are not audible, sir.
Dr. Mandal, you are not audible.
You are not audible, sir. Please check your mic. You have been unmuted by the DSMS conference team.
You leave and join. You leave and again join. If you can hear me.
Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal, please leave and join again. Wait, I'm giving him a call. I think there's some technical problem.
Okay, okay. In that case, I found that there are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 presentations. Is it correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, totally.
8 presentations. And one general instruction rather, because all are junior to me, I can give some instruction in the position of the chair, that whenever you present any slide, do not put entire paragraph there. PowerPoint means point should be there only, not entire paragraph. All other things, that is pictorial or any tabular presentation is okay. But whenever one big paragraph introduction, full page introduction, conclusion, full page conclusion, no, the slide should not show them. Only the material points should be there. That is one general instruction to all of us. And regarding presentation also,
The concurrent session, Shubhadeep, sir.
regarding presentation also, you know that time would always be very much limited. And we have done many things. Most important things you have to present. If you find that most important things is the paragraph of introduction, that would be wrong. And you would be wasting entire time on the introduction page, and ultimately in the analysis, in the contribute, what you are actually going to contribute to this paper, you cannot disseminate that. You cannot discuss that because of shortage of time. So be careful that whenever you will be presenting and time shortage is there, start with that objectives, then go how to fulfill the objectives, what methodologies you have taken, then go for the analysis of data, findings, and always you should be focusing on findings, not your statistical results. Their interpretation, okay, statistical results and their interpretation, and then research findings. It is not the statistical or mathematical, whatever output they have given, that is your finding. Your finding is your research findings, which satisfies your research objectives. And in the summary, you again, in the conclusion, you again give the summary of all your research findings and relate them with your objectives. That to what extent that research findings fulfill your objectives, in what way. And there I have got many papers from different areas. Digital marketing was there, consumer buying behavior, HRM trends in hospitality management. There I actually, that is very important, HR trends in hospitality management. But what is special for hospitality management and what is the special HRM trend for hospitality management, that in that short presentation I couldn't understand. And neurotourism was what another thing, what such a venture that we have thought and we have developed something based on neurotourism, but in this short time you couldn't explain that fully. And that is in all the cases I found that there are hard work done, a big paper has been developed, and only the summarization or presenting them in short span of time is not effectively done because of this huge volume. But it is, I appreciate that so many work has been done for the research of your own title. You have done justice to that research title. Then CSR, women empowerment. Then CSR has different activities. They are allowed activities. Different. The first is actually this education and health. They have taken the first two places. All the expenditure, they are taking more than 60% of entire CSR expenditure. Women empowerment, you have focused, that is important, but you also need to mention that women empowerment is one activity which takes, suppose, 5% or 6% of total CSR expenditure. That information is okay. You should add then ARDL and bank liquidity and employee engagement. Last I found that bank liquidity, that loan and total assets. You need to be clear whether loan is one of the assets or loan is one liability. That is not that much clear. Please state it in your paper, but in your slides, not your paper, in your slides. Because of this shortage of time, it may be, but those things are a bit peculiar, that the cash CRR has little impact on your bank liquidity. You have to explain that. That is so such a thing, such a finding which cannot be believed. And with this, I think that in this session, actually, it has shown that I have already told in my beginning address that there are so many issues, avalanche of issues, and those issues are critical due to this background, due to this lifting from the stage 3 of industrial revolution to stage 4. Stage 4 means where we are not only digitize the service sector, we are going to digitize the tangible production sector by smart factories, developing smart factories. That I mentioned that. So in this environment, in this context, what are the different changes, different issues you have found, and researchers have done their job doing some sincere and serious research activities, and I appreciate that. With that, I thank the organizers for accommodating all such researchers in and to put their research activities in this seminar to discuss, make a discussion and to disseminate the ideas to all. That is a very good and successful event as I see it. With that, I thank all of you and I'm handing over to Professor Mousumi Chatterjee.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for chairing a technical session 2, concurring session 1. And sir, with your permission, can I invite Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal for presentation?
If he is ready, then you please do that.
Yeah, just let us check the technical problems first. Gautam Kumar, sir, can you hear us? I think there's some issue with the mic. No, sir, we cannot hear you. Technical team is Gautam Kumar, sir, is unmuted.
Yes, he's unmuted, but I think some issue with his microphone.
Okay. Maybe there's some problem issues with the mic of the Dr. Gautam Kumar Mondal. Nothing to do as it is e-conference. So we are totally relying on the technology. Gautam Kumar Mondal, sir, sorry for the technical hindrance. We are unable to hear you, sir. Sorry for the technical hindrance. So thank you to all the paper presenters and all the participants for your wholehearted participation in this international e-conference. With this, we are coming to the end of technical session 2, concurrent session 1. I would like to thank Dr. Anand Mohan Pal, Professor, Department of Business Management, for chairing this session, and keynote speaker, Dr. Obhigyan Bhattacharya, Professor and Head of Department, Northeast Hill University, Meghalaya, and all the 10 participants who joined and presented their paper on different topics and helped all of us in getting all the knowledges regarding new trends in management and technology. It's always a great experience to listen to these young researchers from different fields. And also I would like to thank all the resource persons who joined us today in this international e-conference. I'm just taking few minutes time of yours because without conveying my gratitude and sincere thanks, this session cannot be concluded. Dr. Anand Mohan Pal, sir, would you please give me the time?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the entire organizing committee and the management of DSMS College Durgapur for giving us the opportunity to host such a big international e-conference. I would like to thank Department of Business Administration, Kazi Nazrul University, for collaborating with us. Dr. Lalit Kumar Joshi, Coordinator, Department of Business Administration, for being the constant support and making this international e-conference possible. Dr. Shantanu Kumar Ghosh, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Kazi Nazrul University, Asansol, for giving his consent and chairing this full international e-conference. Thank you to Dr. Chandan Chatterjee, my co-conference secretary, DSMS College Durgapur. Thank you to Mr. Shubhadeep Chaudhary, convener of this conference, and HOD of Hospital Administration Department, DSMS College Durgapur. My sincere thanks to Dr. Pradipta Banerjee, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Professor, Department of Commerce, Sidhu Kano Visha University, for being the chairperson of plenary session. Thank you to Dr. Bhola Khan, Professor and Head, Department of Economics, Yobe State University, Nigeria. Thank you to Dr. Meenu Maheshwari, Associate Professor and Head, Faculty of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, Rajasthan, and A big thank you to Dr. Dhaval Mehta, Professor, Department of Business and Industrial Management, Veer Narmad South, Gujarat University, Surat, Gujarat. Thank you for all your time and sharing your knowledge. A big thank you to Dr. Dhananjay Kumar, Professor, Department of Management, Faculty of Business Administration, Islamic University, Kushtia, Bangladesh. Dr. Nilanjan Roy, Associate Professor and Head Director, IQS, Department of Management Studies, IIT, Kolkata. Dr. Abhigyan Bhattacharya, Professor and Head, Department of Management, North East University, Meghalaya. All the resource person and everyone who made this international conference a grand success, along with, how can I forget my paper presenters and all the participants from research scholars, from faculty members, from students, and different people who came together and made this international e-conference a successful one. Sincere gratitude and thank you to all of them, and hope in future we'll again get the opportunity to come and organize again a conference, maybe on different topic. And sir, we need all your cooperation and support in future also. Ananda Mohan Pal sir, thank you for being there. Thank you to all the presenters. Hope you will continue your research in the future also. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ananda Mohan Pal sir, thank you so much for chairing the session.
Thank you also for organizing and successfully conducting this international event. Thanks all.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.